Morning, everybody. Good morning. All right. Welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday, January 9th Board of Forestry public meeting, the second day of a two-day event. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. This meeting will be live streamed on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along, I'll provide some best practices and housekeeping tips. Everyone participating in the virtual and physical meeting room, please silence your cell phones and try to limit background noises. For online participants, remember to mute yourself when not speaking and disable your video when not presenting or providing public comment. We ask everyone participating today to state their names before speaking so that those listening can track commentary for the meeting recording. If you experience technical issues in the online meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with the ODF host during this event. Continuing from yesterday, our agenda has items that will inform the board and provide department updates. As a reminder of our general order of operations, after an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenters to begin. Board members, if you have any clarifying questions, please raise your hand and I will call on you. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After the presentation, we will shift to a discussion space where the board can further ask further questions or present a motion for deliberation before continuing to a vote. For testimony, the public forum agenda items allow members of the public to share their perspectives with the board about items not on the agenda or regarding the informational items included with the meeting agenda. Testimony under the public forum is limited to 2 minutes. We understand this is not a lot of time, but if you'd like to share more information with the board, we recommend sending written testimony for the January 8th, 9th meeting. To enter it into the record, please send it in your comments by January 24th. Any questions? Also, before we go, I want to introduce Annika Marriott, one of our counsels from the Department of Justice, who is joining us here today. And with that, I will perform a roll call. Liz Hockpow.
Chair Kelly, I'm present.
Keith Curtis.
Present.
Ben Doimling.
Here.
Joe Justice.
I'm here.
Brenda McComb. Bob Van Dyk.
Here.
Now, obviously, I'm here too, talking all the time. Okay. We'll start with State Forester and board member comments. And so I'll turn it over to Cal first.
All right. Well, I don't have that many comments, but I just want to welcome Annika. Thank you for showing up and helping us out here. Always appreciate your help. But I also wanted to talk about the fires in Southern California. I mentioned them yesterday, and last night I found out that Kyle and his team was able to muster up 30 engines and 70 firefighters from ODF to send down there. You know, they came last summer and helped us out, Cal Fire. We need to respect our agreement with them and get down there and give them help. And if I don't know if anybody's been watching the news, it's awful down there. So I'm just really proud and happy, and I'm praying for their safe return, but we need to be able to give them help. So with that thought, Jim, I'll
further thinking just about that, it's widely thought that really no state has done a better job than California in terms of resiliency work and work to try to make their communities more fire safe. And we often hear about all the work that we can do and to make communities safer. But one of the things I've said that there's a certain type of fire that there's not much you can do about. When you get these huge windstorms, or what we got in Oregon at one point, it doesn't end up being a conversation about whether it's new growth or old growth or anything like that, or whether it's a field of wheat stubble or whatever. Everything burns in those kind of conditions. And this is further evidence of that, which is just a sad reality that we always have that threat of those kind of fires here as well. And with that, I have no other opening comments. So Liz?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Kelly, Liz Ekpow, board member. So today, when I turned on the TV and was watching the news, it was the funeral of President Jimmy Carter. And I just wanted to take a few minutes as our flag is at half staff to kind of reflect on the president. And I want to reflect on a mission of a tree, a meal with the president, and a moment with the cashier. And these were all experiences I had in the South. And the American chestnut is the tree that I want to talk about. And Michael Case, who was then an early fledgling um, CEO of the American Chestnut Foundation, remembers those days. And I think some of you might know that as nonprofits, it's really a struggle. And he talks about how in those early days of struggle, he became aware that the president was a great, powerful supporter of the American chestnut. And he talked about how that sort of buoyed him up. Well, years later, when I was in the South, the American chestnut had a really solid foundation. And they had a connection because of the president with the Carter Center, which a lot of you have probably seen in the last week on the news. And it's a beautiful place that has the Carter Museum and the Center for Peace, World Peace and Health. And it's kind of humble. The conference room that they sometimes let us use for leadership team meetings, because they were very democratic in their opening of the Carter Center, was probably half this size. And on February 16th in 2012, the American Chestnut had a little celebration with the president and Roslyn. And so we came in on this meal, and there were like 8 tables, really simple in the Carter fashion. And they sat us right next. I mean, I was like, from you to the president. And I don't even remember what I ate that day or what he said, but I do remember when we stood up to be introduced, standing up, and I'm not that tall, and Jimmy Carter looked at me with that 1,000-watt smile, and he felt like he sincerely was happy to see us there at the table. So he was a man of the land and his family. He was a farmer. He loved trees. And in that night, Chuck Leavell, the pianist for the Rolling Stones and the Allman Brothers, was there, and he was a good friend of Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy talked about, I had to go back to the notes to see what he talked about. Jimmy Carter talked about an American chestnut that was on his land, how he picked him, how he ate them, how he brought him to school and traded them for marbles in his, very simple fashion. And Chuck Leavell talked about hunting and fishing on the land with the president. So that was my meal with the president. The last thing that I want to say is there's a lot of, just stories about how he was for the common person. And I think those are wonderful stories to be told. But the real authentic piece of that is how the people felt about him. And after his 2015 diagnosis with cancer, I was going through the Publix grocery store line, right? Looking at, all these magazines, and one was about Jimmy Carter. And so I got up to the cashier and I said, I wonder how he's doing. I don't know if she had his medical record, but she just told me his update, his prognosis, his treatment. And this cashier, what I imagined is that from the plains of Georgia to the 6 million Atlanta metro area, there is a telegraph from Plains to the Black churches, to the small communities, where the pulse of who he was constantly transmitted because they wanted to know. And I saw, many people on the TV this morning, luminarias, but I think that he was a man of the land. He was for the common people. That translated well past his presidency and how he lived his life. And I wanted to share that connection with the people, the tree, and the president. So thank you for that time.
Liz, thank you so much for sharing that. That's just a great story. And yeah, you're so right. He has done such great things for this country. I've probably been involved with Portland Habitat for Humanity for at least 30 years, probably longer when I really would count them. And it's a great organization and Of course, there are ones everywhere in the country just like it. Other morning comments, questions? Bob?
Yes, thank you, Chair Kelly. Yesterday morning, I discussed some of my concerns about your management toward me in the meetings. And I made a point about the last meeting in November that my perception was that you did not recognize my vote on an issue and required two others to vote on the issue, and that this is a violation of the board rules. You suggested that it was not the case, that had not happened. I said I'd be happy to retract my statement if that was the case. I went back and reviewed, and I guess I'll just say I stand by my statement. You said, Bob, you are not going to be part of it since you will be coming off the board. So if there are two other board members who are interested in that, let me know. So, that does not sound like you counted my vote as one and only needed one more vote. So anyway, that's obviously a unhappy topic for me to raise here, but
Fine. Yeah, I mean, if those were my words, then I obviously misspoke, but it was certainly never my intention. But I guess at this point, I'm kind of done apologizing. All right. Anybody
I
other?
have another comment I'd like to make as well. if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This is my last Board of Forestry meeting. I'm going to be saying some thank yous at the end of the meeting, but I did want to offer a couple. Actually, first thing, I just had a clarifying question, I think, which is, is there no strategic plan now? Is that correct? That's a to be done based on the vision, or was the document that we approved as a draft in June? Is that our strategic plan? Or I guess I'm just unclear about where the status is, because I do believe that the forestry plan for Oregon was our strategic plan. And yesterday we replaced that with the vision, so that's fine. Anyway, I've got just a lack of clarity on that topic.
Yeah, Bob, and it's because it's in transition, and the vision document I look at as the foundation. It's your vision for forestry in Oregon. It's not the strategic plan. I agree with you. The strategic plan will have goals and performance measures and so on, and that needs to be continued worked on in 2025.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's
Yeah. And I'm on the staff side, Joy is leading that.
That's helpful for me to know. So I wanted to mention here at the start rather than the end, just a couple other observations about things that I think, I've seen here during my short time here. And one is that when I joined the board again here, I was surprised to see that there aren't regular minutes. Now, I think that the board used to actually do transcripts. And to be frank, I'm not sure that was worth all the energy to actually write a full transcript. But now my understanding is the board relies on YouTube videos to serve in that minutes role. And I guess I'd like to suggest that there's something in between, that a document that showed who attended, what motions were made, what votes were, would be helpful to me, I think. And I think it'd be helpful to the public, because currently in trying to review some of our past meetings, you basically have to go watch a long board YouTube meeting. And to be honest, at times you can't hear, the audio isn't always good. So what's actually happening wasn't clear. So I captured a screenshot of one of the trainings about minutes that was, generalizable to board members. And I'll share that with the board after the meeting today. I think it might be something for the governance committee to think about. And obviously it'd be resource dependent. I guess I also wanted to say that I've brought this up before, but I will again, that I remain concerned about the lack of work plans here. I know that that's an ambition to develop, and I think they're important to have. And also materials in advance that, as I look at my packet today, for a lot of these agenda items, it's pretty thin. And I think there's a public facing element to this in that if presentation is made by the board, by staff on a substantive topic, and no one's seen it in advance, then it's hard for the public to provide comment that's relevant to it. So to the extent there were norms about that being available, a certain number of hours in advance, I think that would also help on the sort of transparency and public engagement side. So yeah, those are the only things I wanted to share. Again, I have some thank yous I'll add at the end. Chair Kelly, I'm sorry to hear that you're done apologizing. To my mind, one should always apologize when one has acted inappropriately. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Fair enough. I think, your point about the minutes is an interesting one. I think my, first years here, the minutes were all in writing. And they were very, I think staff was always compromised in their ability to get those out quickly. And so it was, it took a long time. And of course, that made that not very effective. And I think statewide, I believe my awareness is that recognizing technology, this way that it's done now has become the standard. But I think your point is fair about something that might be written and shorter and all of that. So I would suggest the governance committee consider your idea there.
Thank you. I'll forward those materials.
I just offer, being on the governance committee, there is something similar that's done on OWeb where the decisions are captured and the decisions are played out. So I think it might be for the committee worth looking at.
Right.
And in corporate America, we're incorporating a lot of AI tools for minute capturing that are surprisingly good. Thank you. They aren't anything that you would want to rubber stamp, but I think they can make that process very efficient.
Other opening comments here? Okay, well, thank you all. We will move on to the public forum. So that is what we're going to move to. So for those participating, we ask that, I'm assuming that we do have people testifying today, Eleni, right? Okay. For those participating, we ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, not to exceed their allotted time of 2 minutes. As a reminder, this forum is reserved for remarks on information items and topics off the agenda. Before you begin, please state your full name, the topic or agenda item number you are commenting on, and associated affiliation, if you're representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and muted. With that, are we ready to engage with public comment?
Yes, Chair Kelly, we're ready to begin. So today we have 7 people in the queue who have signed up to provide public commentary. To help us stay on track, I will list names in a set order and call on each of you to begin your testimony. Please be prepared to engage when your name is called on. When you begin, a timer will be displayed on the screen for 2 minutes. When the timer runs out, we ask that you provide your closing statement. Testimony will start with those who are joining us in the room before transitioning to those participating online. So with the following individuals, please join us at the table. I have Brenna Bell, Scott Killips, and Michael Lang. Brenna, when you're ready, you may begin.
Now I'm on. I'm the Forest Climate Manager for 350 PDX. And in listening to the board meeting and comments yesterday, I noticed some themes. A major one, not surprisingly, was how ODF has not really shown meaningful progress on implementing the carbon change and climate plan, or the climate change and carbon plan. And those of you who have been on the board for a long time know that I've been talking about this for the past 3 years, basically since the plan was approved. And I'm really excited to see what today's presentation is. And I really hope that it shows that you're starting to take this seriously. One major example of something we've been talking about but has not been moving for the past 3 years is funding dedicated staff to implement the carbon, I'll just call it the CCCP. For years, we talked about having a budget pop with the legislative session, and that hasn't happened. There have been several good ideas. Callie, you brought some up yesterday. Other members of the public have been talking about other funding sources. And I just strongly encourage you as the board to make sure ODF is making this a priority. Without dedicated funding for staff to implement it, it will not happen. And it needs to happen. Another theme that has been coming up, unsurprisingly, is fire. I believe it kept you up the other night. And you asked, what could the board do to have more leadership around fire management? And as Chair Kelly just mentioned, all large fires have one thing in common, and that is strong wind, right? And how do you manage for wind? You don't manage for wind. So what can we do? Given that weather, not land management practices, has the most impact, I'd like to just remind the board that the same things that store a lot of carbon in forests are things that make forests more resilient to fires. I'm already done. Okay, just remember that, because that brings me back to the CCCP. If you implement it, fires might be a little bit better in Oregon.
Thank you, Brenna. Scott Killips.
Chair Kelly, State Forester Mikomoto, and members of the board, thank you for your service and for this opportunity to provide a public comment today. For the record, my name is Scott Killips. I'm a retired software program manager and a volunteer team member with the 350 PDX Forest Defense Team. My comment today regards the Climate Change and Carbon Plan Implementation Update. At the last board meeting, I submitted detailed written comments regarding the Climate Change and Carbon Plan Implementation Update that was presented at the board retreat in October. The main message in those comments was that ODF does not appear to be actively managing CCCP implementation as a program. There appears to be no detailed implementation plan, no program manager, no cross-functional implementation team, no sponsor on the ODF executive team, and no tracking or oversight of CCP implementation. The board's CCCP implementation review in October was the first in the 3 years since the CCP was approved. As a consequence, there appears to be little progress, especially in the area of forest carbon accounting. The Oregon Climate Action Commission Natural and Working Lands Fund biennial report published in December includes 7 actions that ODF plans to complete in 2025. However, none of these actions is stated in a measurable way. So I recommend that ODF translate these actions into measurable deliverables and then create a work plan with assigned resources and a schedule to complete them. And I further recommend that the ODF executive team review progress on this work plan on a quarterly basis. Thank you again for your service and for the opportunity to provide this public comment.
Thank you. Michael.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and Forester Mikomoto. My name is Michael Lang. I work for the Wild Salmon Center. First of all, I want to thank Bob for his service on the board too, and I particularly appreciate your comments about the need for minutes. Heath, also appreciate your comments on that too. I want to jump into my testimony. Wild Salmon Center supports adopting a new forest management plan that's based on ecological forest management principles, the habitat conservation plan, and also the climate change and carbon plan. The board has broad discretion and authority to do this under its mandate to manage forests for the greatest permanent value. However, there is a draft bill being introduced in this session of the upcoming session of the legislature that would affect the board's and the ODF's authority to fulfill this mandate. And I just wanted to make you aware of LC 773, sponsored by Representative Javity, that would require state forests to be managed like private industrial forest land, maximizing short-term profits, and in our view, sacrificing the long-term health of state forest. The bill is similar to a bill introduced in the previous session. I'll just summarize the bill's requirements. It requires the board to adopt, quote, sustainable harvest levels by rule and would require the maximization of net present value of state forest using a discount rate commonly used by the timber industry.
It eliminates consideration of greatest permanent value in developing forest plans, and that's key. It creates a new legal standing for the industry or any recipients of timber revenue to sue the state forest or the board to seek injunctive relief or judicial review of any forest plan. And it eliminates the court's ability to rely on agency deference in the interpretation of any legal requirements, any plans or rules. This bill will be heard in the House Agricultural Committee. We look forward to working with the proponents to ensure that the greatest permanent value is preserved for all Oregonians. Thank you.
Thank you all for your testimony. Please be seated while we transition to those joining us online. Josie Kerna, are you ready to provide your testimony?
Yes, I am. Chair Kelly, members of the board, my name is Josie Kerner, speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Oregon, which bases our comments on the National League position that we support climate goals and policies that are consistent with the best available climate science to ensure a stable climate system for future generations. The League of Oregon continues to support the state HCP, FMP, the Private Forest Accord, the Climate Change and Carbon Plan, the CCP, which lists as one of its barriers to success limited staffing capacity. We also support the excellent updated vision for Oregon forests, item E on the consent agenda approved yesterday, that states as one of its top 5 goals, the board and department will build capacity for climate smart leadership. I see a theme here. As part of the implementation of the CCP passed in 2023, the Natural Working Lands Fund directs funds to ODF, OWEB, ODA, and ODFW. ODF's recommendations for spending the 3.25 million share of the 10 million fund is to advance implementation of climate smart forestry as outlined in the ODF's climate change carbon plan, 1.5 million. Number 2, incentivize climate smart forestry implementation in partnership with the tribal and environmental justice communities. That's 1 million. Number 3 is establish climate-ready seed orchards to support small, disadvantaged, and tribal forestry. That's 750,000. The League supports funding a climate coordinator position for implementing the ODF Natural Working Lands Fund. All the other fund recipient agencies, except ODF, are using fund money to pay for their coordinator positions. We think ODF needs to direct its share of the existing unspent Natural Working Lands Fund to pay for climate coordinator position rather than for incentives for individual forest owners, which would have far less impact. Since climate smart forestry
Thank you, Josie. Your time is up. Number 2 is Anna Kaufman.
Hi there. Chair Kelly, members of the board, and State Forester Mukomoto, good morning. My name's Anna Kaufman. I live in Astoria and I work with North Coast Communities for Watershed Protection. As a young adult, I am terrified about the state of our world. Growing up, I witnessed immense changes in seasonal weather patterns. This includes the increases in drought and wildfires, heavy storms and flood events, extreme heat, and unusually frigid conditions. According to the 2024 State of the Climate Report, 25 of 35 planetary vital signs are at record levels. The colossal costs imposed on communities are not only a strain economically, but emotionally. There is a great loss. We know that there are direct connections between atmospheric CO2 levels and the health of mature forests. Our mature temperate rainforests store about twice as much carbon per acre as the Amazon. We also know that within Oregon, the timber industry is the #1 climate polluter. I must say that I'm discouraged that the topic of the climate crisis is treated like any other business item on the agenda, instead of as an urgent priority. The fact is, the climate is changing very rapidly and in ways that will disrupt our lifestyles. Forest practices must change to reflect this fact and prioritize the mitigation of the worst impacts of the crisis. We must stop climate polluting practices like clear cutting, slash burning, and pesticide spraying. We must allow maturing second growth to stand, sequester carbon, and become old growth. If we do not act now to adapt our practices to a changing climate, we will inevitably be forced to do so by the impending climate extremes. Thank you for your time and for providing this avenue for public comment.
Carol Valentine.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Carol Valentine. I'm commenting on behalf of the Oregon chapter, the Sierra Club, regarding implementation of the Climate Change and Carbon Plan. And what Anna just shared really moved me. And so I'm going to be improvising a little bit and steering away from some of my technical comments to just say that this plan is crucial for our future. We are looking forward to the update today. We would like updates on ODF's progress in achieving the recommendations in the plan to become a regular occurrence. And we ask the board to adopt targets that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound for contributing to the additional sequestration goals that were identified by the Oregon Climate Action Commission. We need to be making progress. Overall management has to aim to increase the percentage of older trees on our state forests. These are the trees that store the most carbon, and they're also the most fire resistant, and they provide the needed habitat for the species that depend on these mature forests. So while the first priority for managing the habitat conservation areas and the riparian conservation areas, of course, is to benefit endangered species, we have to have the next highest priority be managing all of our conservation areas as carbon reserves. And as part of implementing the CCCP, we need to retain the mature stands that are 80 years or older that are adjacent to the HCA boundaries as carbon banks. And these would also function as stay-ahead reserves for the HCP. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you all for your testimony. That concludes our testimony for today's meeting. Back to you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Eleni. And any comments from board members based on testimony you just heard? Okay. Oh, Brenda.
Just a common theme that I've been noticing through quite a few of the presentations, and that is accountability. That the agency, the board, has documents and direction, and those seem to be in place, but clearly the public isn't understanding what progress is being made, and I think board members sometimes aren't either. So
Right.
Just something that I think we need to pay attention to as we go forward.
And as we mentioned yesterday, and we got that written testimony from League of Women Voters, it's interesting that we're kind of the outlier without the positions versus the other agencies. So we want to really look at that. Hey, Forester.
Put that in motion. This is State Forester Mukomoto. Yes, within my time, I will do that. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. The next up on our agenda is oh, sorry, Heath.
Jim, I might offer in the context of those conversations, we have the CCCP, and it's a plan that went through a planning process, and there are other processes that are relevant to this board. So one of those would be forest practices rulemakings. Another of those would be the rules you adopt in the context of the forest management plan for management of state forests. you know, a plan, in my view, is directed toward those next steps. That is to say, those processes where we go through something more formal and for which there are statutory requirements as prerequisites to agency action. And so I would encourage us, you know, before we begin, I would say in order to make that plan actionable, we need to have an agenda before this board that talks about the ways in which we intend to pursue those actions. And that's particularly prescient insofar as the plan that I read in the CCCP is open to a great deal of interpretation. In many places, I'm not exactly sure what it's saying. And I get the sense that the public is, or some portions of the public are of the opinion that it has very concrete language that dictates very particular outcomes. And I actually don't find that there. And so I think that that concrete, actionable language is yet to come and something that this board should develop through the formal and proper processes.
Thank you. Brenda?
Just the response, Heath. So I appreciate what you're saying, but I think we need to keep in mind where the responsibilities of the board lie and where the responsibilities of the agency lie. So the plan is something that the board endorsed. The agency has the responsibility for doing all the things that you just described, and we need to hold the agency accountable for making progress in the direction that they see fit in line with that plan.
I think a good example of that, though, would be, for instance, protection of stands adjacent to HCA's. You know, we have a forest management plan that we've developed and that we are pursuing. I don't know that, well, I guess I would be surprised to learn that major management changes outside of the HCA's like that would be within board discretion without the involvement, within staff discretion without the involvement of this board. And so I think that, you know, we need a little bit of level setting with the public and with one another about what work we have actually done so far and what work remains to be done before you get there.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, thank you. Brenda, I think I see things a little differently. I think for me, a couple of thoughts. First, about the climate and carbon plan. I think some of the language in it is extremely ambitious. It talks numerous times about being bold, appropriately so, given the context we're in. But it also talks about the department and the board being national leaders. So I think that kind of language inevitably leads the public to say, okay, you know, something's happening here. This is a board that's putting itself forward as a national leader that's bold. I think the best plan, or a better plan, would be one that's much more specific about what's going to be done. When there are narratives about opportunities, for example, or relationships that don't have specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound goals associated with them, I think it leads to frustration on the part of board members, on the part of staff, on the part of the public. And to my mind, that's the job of the board, and the place that happens is in a work plan. So if a work plan is attached to the climate plan, you know, it's going to have that information in it. And that's, looking at those work plans, to me, is where the rubber hits the road, both in terms of looking ahead to say these are the things that are going to be done, and also in looking back to say, did you get these things done? For example, I in Pendleton looked at the climate plan, and there was one key thing to be done and had not been completed, you know, and that's fine. But to my mind, that's where the conversation goes. So to my mind, the board, and this gets back to my earlier comments, or addressing the vision, that the vision, to my mind, is so broad that it doesn't give enough direction to the staff about what the board wants to be done. And so, and I think, you know, that leads to frustration on all parts. So to my mind, that's the board work, is on that specificity that ideally is connected to things like the budget, and if there are new POPs needed for staffing, et cetera. So thank you.
Just for the record, because this is done so rarely, I emphatically agree with all of those points. Bob's not alone in thinking.
Cal? Well, I'm hoping, Bob, you know, we discussed this, that today will be a start towards that type of vision. So 'Cause I think, I agree with you, we need to get more, we need to have defined and be actionable and things that we can check off. Make, and understand that we are making progress. So kind of that was kind of the mission charge to John and Danny to come up and kind of give that start there. And I hope that we can get some input from you today and help create, help influence how that's crafted for 2025. Thank you.
I would like to be able to move us on because we're running a little bit late and I don't want to have some time for this governance committee update. We're all comfortable with that, and I don't want to have our OSU people having to wait for us. They're scheduled to present at 10:15. If everybody's comfortable with that, I will turn it over to the chair of the governance committee.
Great, thank you, Jim. We'll try to be as quick as we can here to keep us on time. Eleni, do you have the, yes, thank you. So the governance committee met last week. Liz, Heath, and I are the members of the committee. Kyle was present as well. And Eleni did simply an outstanding job keeping things organized, getting the information together, and providing us with information that we needed to draft language to meet the expectations that this board charged us with a few meetings ago. You want to go to the next one, Eleni? So this is right out of the board policy manual. It is the governance committee responsibilities. And it lists a whole series of things that are to be reported out annually or biennially. Frankly, we've not done any of those yet. So there are some things that we need to come back to and talk about at the end of today's presentation if we have time, because we need to prioritize what we do because there's only 3 of us and yeah. So go on, Eleni, thank you. Oops, can you make that bigger so that my eyes can actually, thank you. So the one thing that we were asked to do was to consider adding to the board policy manual 2 items. One is a clarification of the stipend policy, and the other is a clarification of the reimbursement policy. This is a request made by Jim and Cal a few meetings ago. I drafted some words here. Eleni added the statute as well as a few other suggestions, and it was reviewed by Heath and Liz at this meeting. And we agreed that this is the language we would put forward. I'll give you a few minutes to read this one. But basically, the stipend policy refers back to the statute that says you need to meet certain qualifications if you're going to be reimbursed or given a stipend, given a stipend. And then we outlined what some of the duties are and responsibilities in terms of official business for the board. Page down just a little bit for the reimbursement one. Reimbursement one refers to the same, to a statute as well. It is very similar in wording, but it doesn't, it says that if you're doing work for the board that you're incurring a cost to yourself, that you can be reimbursed for that if it is approved by the state forester. So in both cases, there is an approval process in place that allows someone to receive either a stipend if they meet qualifications or reimbursement if they have incurred expenses. So Heath and Liz both reviewed this. Heath, you had a suggestion about this. So why don't you go ahead?
All right. So, analytically, the way that this works is it needs to be either a required board obligation, that is to say you're attending a meeting of the board, or you are being deployed as a representative of the board by the state forester, kind of official board duties. And I was looking at that, this is pretty clean. This actually works for administration purposes pretty well. I've wondered some about kind of my station on this board and my ability to go and do things. And I, outside of my official duties as a board member that might facilitate my work here, and those would include speaking with members of the public, driving around, getting opinions from folks. And I find myself in a relatively privileged station in that capacity. And I think about growing up, and I would say I have struggled over the last few years with some of the ways in which the equity argument has been advanced. I can't sign on to all of that, but the part that I can sign on to is that, people should not be disadvantaged by virtue of their lack of resources in their access to power and participation in things like this. And I can envision a circumstance where a board member would benefit by visiting the Hampton Tree Farm, for instance, for us to show them how we lay out, units and administer forest practices. And it would be a real shame if they couldn't come and get access to that information because they couldn't afford to do it, because they won't get reimbursed, and they wouldn't be at the Hampton Tree Farm formally deployed by the state forester to act on behalf of the Board of Forestry. They'd just be getting smarter on the issues. And I think that runs the other way too. There may be circumstances where, somebody from the industry should really go spend some time on a hillside with people who live in that area who may have opinions that they should be exposed to. And I think it's worth thinking about mechanisms that would facilitate that beyond, official board duties. And I don't have an elegant proposal for this group, but one thought I had was that maybe one way to do it is that in addition to these formally required obligations by the board, if we had a modest budget that was discretionary, that was an actual known dollar amount that they could work against and they would have to tell the state forester, this is what I'm up to, this is what I'm going to go do. And I intend to submit, stipend. In some ways, that's good. It's not a perfect solution. Like, I'm going to drive around and meet with people and not tell anybody what I'm doing. But I think it's fair that if they're going to, deploy state dollars, that they would have to disclose that. But I think with some pretty simple language here, which we've not drafted, if this board were open to it, I think we could bring back to you at the next meeting an additional concept. That is to say, you could also pursue educational opportunities and outreach up to a certain dollar threshold that the state could allow them to seek a stipend and reimbursement for that. I think that would remedy in some minor way any kind of structural disadvantages that people may have in participation of this board without having the resources that some of the rest of us do.
Yeah, Heath, thank you. I certainly agree with you about having a known budget to work with. I think that makes a lot of sense. It does strike me, though, that having an opportunity for additional educational opportunities for board members beyond what we do here might be a third addition to the board policy manual, separate from these two.
It may be. And I think you could write it in a separate section. I also think that, we have here language that says activities outside these required duties or without authorization to represent the board are not eligible for a stipend, even if they are related to board work. And I think the argument I'm making is that spending time, on a woods tour is related to your board work, and that getting the daily stipend for that may make sense in some circumstances, in accordance with these rules. I mean, it's not like I would qualify for the stipend anyway under the statute.
So currently, it's up to those two folks at the end of the table to.
Well, actually, I don't think that's true here. That is to say, this language doesn't give you the ability to approve that. This language says it has to be a required board duty. It says, or when the board chair or state forester authorizes the board member to represent the board at an event. I don't want to authorize Bob to represent me at that woods tour. I want Bob to be able to go to that woods tour on his own. And that's.
So
I'm.
yeah, Jim, go ahead.
What?
Go ahead.
Heath, I understand the intent and all of that, but I've also, suffered through the consequences of public perceptions when the public sees a board member and the public understands that board member is getting paid to do what they did. And that can go both ways. If the public, because some people may be upset that the public has paid for a board member to go do the Hampton tour, and vice versa. I understand the good intent here, but once the public is paying for some of those, I spent a lot of time trying to do cleanup this last summer around just that issue. So, maybe I'm in the minority here, but that type of policy, even if it was just X number of dollars that any board member could spend, I realize, you're trying to do a good thing here. I just think the consequences, it just spins out of control too easily. So if I'm in the minority, fine. That's not something I would support. The other thing on here, I really like the way this is put together. I have one issue that challenges me. Whenever I look at these kinds of things, I think, what could somebody out in the media do with it? And because we've had media constantly going after us on every which way. And so I personally just go to a smell test standard. And would they write about this? And I think they write about getting paid $178 for a 1-hour meeting. So we're trying to balance what would not make the smell test versus how do we get people to be able to serve who don't have a lot of financial resources. So personally, I couldn't support that. I could support a 2-hour standard because I don't think that is going to attract media attention. But I think a 1-hour standard, anybody can, that's just where I would land.
So
And again, I may be on the minority on that.
get comments from the other board members. Ben, go ahead.
Thank you. Heath, I really appreciate your comments. And as I spend a good bit of my time talking with folks which is not eligible for this. And that's just time that I spend. And I appreciate your comments about making this accessible to a wide range of folks from the state. And so I'm inclined to agree with you, Heath, that this would be helpful. I hear what you're saying, Jim, and I would like to see if there's, I'd like to say I think this is worthy of more discussion. And I would be generally in favor of something that could have the right sideboards on it. And I like your idea of something that's a limited pot that is used for educational purposes. But I'm very mindful of what Chair Kelly is saying, and I want to make sure, but I think there is some way to thread that needle. So I don't have the language, but I'm interested to pursue that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to see this before the board today. I've got a few thoughts to share. I guess one I'd say is that there is a definition of official duties in the Oregon Ethics Commission at 199-008-0005 that maybe the committee should take a look at that. I think what's not obvious here, or obviously what this is getting at, is what do we expect of board members? What do we expect them to do? Well, we expect them to attend meetings, certainly, subcommittee meetings, meetings with staff, organize tours, et cetera. But it doesn't, do we expect them to prepare for meetings? I think I do. Do I expect them to talk to stakeholders to try to understand their positions outside the meetings? I do. I think those are important components. I think coming prepared and talk. So for example, there's a search feature you can use in administrative rules, and you put in official duties and dozens of policies come up. We're not the first ones to look at this. Most are pretty similar, and they track this basically. Some, like the Oregon Medical Board, also says for each meeting there should be a prep day. Now maybe that's captured in the pre-meeting thing that we have going already, and that's great. But I think that's the point I'm getting at. I think we expect more, we should expect more. This is an important board. There's a lot of public interest in the board, and we want board members to have relationships with people outside the board. So, so I think some more of that kind of conversation, Heath, I think that's what you're getting at, is like maybe an expectation of a good board member is that you interact with others. I guess I'd just like also to, be really clear, especially for anyone, watching or listening, that this policy only applies to someone who makes under $50,000 a year. So this is not, I think, going to be most board members. In fact, some of the board members actually are staffed. They have staffs that work for them. I don't have any staff. I don't think Ben does as well. So I'm just here, on my own, spending my own time, which has been significant. And so I think it's worth considering Heath's comment again on the stipend. It would only be for those making under 50,000. I don't think you're suggesting this would be available to all board members.
Correct.
Is that correct? So only the, the qualified board members. There's a separate question there with the reimbursement policy. Do we also want to extend that? Because everyone is eligible for the reimbursement policy. So that's a different category slightly, and there could be more expenses if people did seek reimbursement for them. And the last thing, Jim, since you brought it up, I guess I'll say, on I think it was good that I went out to Astoria. I think there was a lot of tension out there.
We're going to run out.
Pardon me, you're interrupting me.
Last thing
I've
we
got the
need to
floor,
do-
please.
yeah, well,
Please be respectful. I've got the floor. I'm happy to let you speak.
Bob, I'm chairing this meeting. I have to manage the time here. We have been through that whole conversation. We do not need to spend our time rehashing what happened last June or whenever it was. So please, we don't need to go there.
If I reply, on what basis? On what basis?
We've been down this road, Bob. It is not going to benefit us in any way to do it over again.
Yeah, well, respectfully, I'll say that Chair Kelly is the one who brought up the issue, which
Can we take a break for a minute?
Yes, we can take a break, 10 minutes. Quickly, we've really run short of time on this subject. In conversation with Brenda, we've decided that we will table this and put it back onto our agenda in the March meeting. Brenda?
Yes. If we could do that. And also in the meantime, if any board members have comments, email them to individually to me, not to everybody. Then we can pick it up there.
Yeah. And so with that, we will reconvene at 10:15 for our presentation from Oregon State. Thank you all. Oregon State University College of Forestry panel. I was going to say, is there a doctor in the house? Welcome, Dr. Thomas DeLuca, Dr. John Bailey, Dr. Matthew Betts, Dr. Emily Jane Davis, Dr. Meg Krawchuk, and Dr. Mark E. Swanson. Welcome all. And with that, we will turn it over to you, Dean.
Great. Thank you, Chair Kelly, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be back again in front of you. I had the honor of being able to speak to you end of last summer. And at that time, it was suggested that perhaps we could have some of our researchers come back or our faculty come back and hold a panel discussion. And there's so many things to talk about. I think that we sort of agreed upon focusing a bit on what does resilience look like in a changing climate, but especially given the condition of our forests in different parts of the state, and with that in mind, I reached out to a group of faculty and suggested that perhaps, and a couple of these were suggestions that came to me from Cal and others, but reached out to a group of faculty with the idea of doing this, and we were fortunately able to pull this together for today. I'm going to speak very little today because you had got plenty from me last year, but I wanted to introduce our team and also just talk really briefly about the relationship between ODF and OSU and the potential for expanding that relationship. Some of the things that Cal and I have talked about over the last couple of years include things like internships for students that come and work, that come from OSU and work with ODF during a summer, and creates that talent pipeline, as well as provides opportunities for feedback between the two, the agency and the college, from a perspective of here's what we're seeing out in the real world in terms of our work, and here's what we're seeing in our research, and how do we meld those better together. But so that's just one possibility. And then there's also a huge number of opportunities for research on state lands and for joint projects. And but anyhow, with that, I'm going to just introduce the group that we've invited to talk today, and be thinking about this in the context of some of the stuff that I talked about last year, which is we are facing a real challenge here in Oregon in terms of the impacts of climate change and the condition of a number of our forests that had been managed heavily, perhaps excessively, on federal lands, and then exposed to little or no management, and the density of some of those forests, the susceptibility to drought or to wildfire or to exotic species impacts in this changing climate. And this has implications not only for has implications for species biodiversity, it has implications for the recreational opportunities, it has implications for the productivity of our forests and the generation of resources. And how do we create resilience in our managed forests? How do we create resilience in our less managed forests in this changing climate? And that's what I sort of shared with our panel today, is sort of a high level target for the discussion. But they're going to spend about 5 minutes talking about their own research and its relevance to this topical area. And then we're just going to open it up for dialogue. And I know you'll have lots of questions, but if you don't come up with questions, I'm just going to ask them ones to get it kicked off. But I know that's not going to be a problem. Okay, that's not going to be a problem. But I'll start at the, I'll just start by introducing our team. Mark Swanson, who was Jim mentioned, was not able to make it. He's the empty chair at the end of the table. He had a prior obligation and felt that his expertise could be covered by the rest of the team. So Mark Swanson is not here today. We have John Bailey, a professor of fire ecology and silviculture. Emily Jane Davis, who is our extension specialist in fire and the director of our Forest Natural Resource Extension Fire Team. And she'll talk more about that team and the work that they're doing. Meg Krawchuk, who's a professor of forest ecology and fire ecology. And then Matt Betts, who's a professor of landscape ecology. And one of the questions that was thrown out, for us to be able to address was biodiversity in our forests and what's that look like in a changing climate and with our management. And so Matt in particular is going to get nudged along the biodiversity end of things. So I hope I did a decent job of introducing you guys. Take it away. We'll start with John at the far end of the table and we'll just move our way down.
Sounds good. And yeah, I think I'm the oldest now. I'm not sure how that happened, but it's a good place to start. I'm first and foremost a forester. Grew up in Virginia, but then came out west along the way. And of note, I was a firefighter while I was there at Virginia Tech and with the Forest Service. So when I came in 2006 to Oregon State University, I was coming off of 10 years at Northern Arizona University. That got me back into fire and hired as a professor of silviculture, but also there was a lot of emerging issues and interest at that time in resurrecting the fire program in the College of Forestry. And consolidating it. And so that was a real charge of mine. And it helped create a bunch of the fire classes and started recruiting graduate students specifically to work on issues around fire. For me, fuels management, as a silviculturist, fuels management. And so a lot of that focus at NAU and then coming here to Oregon State University. And continuing over time is that kind of stand level fuels management before a fire event. How can we manipulate fire behavior in advance of ignitions actually getting started? And those are various modeling approaches, but also actual on the ground work with invasive species, with fuel moistures, with fuel arrangements, different intensities of thinnings, things that we started calling restoration work. And all that kind of thing. So the pre-fire fuels work, including prescribed burning, and a number of students that have worked on prescribed burning projects. But also post-fire recovery. That's become a bigger and bigger issue. While I was at NAU, we had the Rodeo Chesky fire. I had nothing to do with that. The Biscuit fire and the B&B fire here in Oregon, I was down in Flagstaff. I had nothing to do with that. But these were all tours that we went on as we were realizing that we were facing a new wildland fire paradigm. And so it's great to see. We started working even 2006, 2008. We were starting to head towards the National Cohesive Strategy. At that point, both for the pre-fire fuels work, but also post-fire recovery, restoration, rehabilitation, building those ideas of the National Cohesive Strategy as resistant, resilient landscapes, better fire-adapted human communities, and then safe and effective responses themselves. That trickled up through that report that came out in 2014, was just renewed last year. with some even more specific recommendation, but it fed the fire summit that we did here in the state of Oregon, that fed the governor's council, wildfire council, that fed Senate Bill 762, all with the same theme that still appears actually in the priorities and goals of the vision for ODF now. So it's heartening to see those basics about just the need for resistant, resilient landscapes and human communities, how they fit together, how the suppression model is changing as we attempt suppression in today's world, and then how it fits broader into climate and organizational structures and how we're going to actually implement this stuff moving forward, because there are actually even research dynamics to that I'll leave to my colleagues. But given the number of calls that I've started getting since maybe the Eagle Creek fire in 2017, just more and more interactions with community groups and with media and legislators and all, that's really forced me to finally put it all down, answer those same set of questions that I get time and time again into a book that I passed around. I think I got to all of the board members that should be in front of you. 10-page chapters, walking through all of the topics associated with this new wildland fire paradigm that we have. I encourage you to take a look at it and then pass it on to someone else as well, because many people maybe know one particular aspect of the fire history, but they haven't thought about the physics of fire behavior, or they don't understand how incident command structures work or something. So I use it with my students as well. I hope you'll enjoy that. And then, of course, all of us will be here for answering questions moving forward. And when you said 4 to 5 minutes, I thought you said 45 minutes. And so it's hard for a professor to tone it down.
Thanks, John. Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, and colleagues and partners who are in the room and online. I'm glad to be here with you. Before I start, I wanted to take a minute to acknowledge what's happening in LA County right now. The stories, the images, and the videos that are coming out of there may be affecting many of us. And my heart is with the people and the responders who are there, and also with a lot of people in Oregon who have experienced something similar. It's an example of how real the climate crisis that your vision is trying to respond to is. And that it reminds us that our work has to continue, it has to grow, and that your vision is very needed, and also that it takes all hands. It's not just a forest management, natural resource, and fire response problem. It involves our partners in public health, engineering, built environment, and diverse knowledge from other cultures as well, that we can adapt. And so a bit in that vein, as Tom said, I'm the director of the Extension Fire Program, and I'm the state specialist in wildfire resilience. And I don't have a fire operations background, and I'm not a forester. I'm a social scientist. So is that legitimate? Should I be in those chairs? Okay. Well, from where I sit as a social scientist and someone cares about the people part, I see that what it takes to support climate resilience, and what I focus on, is how we can have effective organizations, partnerships, and cultures. We need those to be healthy so that we can take collective action or work together in order to operate across boundaries and be equitable and inclusive while we do it. So, simply put, that's how the work really does get done in the end. Couple quick examples of my research, because wildfire social science may seem abstract. My colleagues and students and I have studied, for example, rangeland fire protection associations, which you're all familiar with. We use social science frameworks about institutionalism, cooperative federalism, and disaster response organizations to better understand them. And we asked questions like, how do these RFPAs function both on and off the fire line? What makes them effective? How are they interacting with the agencies? How can that be improved? And really, what does this tell us about what fire adapted communities means in a more remote and rural rangeland context? And those were important questions back in 2015 when we asked them, and when the rangeland program at ODF was growing. And they actually need to be asked again, I think, because there's been this big expansion in RFPAs to cover unprotected lands. It's brought a number of new RFPAs into the fold, and more acreage is being covered by RFPAs. So when we take this model and this collective action model, and we're implementing it in new ground, like wheat ground, or in places where there are more absentee landowners, what does that look like? How does it endure? Another quick example of wildland fire social science and collective action is a study that I led several years ago on what we've been calling parallel play in wildfire in the West. And in short, we looked at how even where there are places where there are large partnerships or states where there are policies that are kind of calling all agencies and all hands to action, like Oregon, there are still a lot of inhibitions and disconnections to collaborating and really realizing that linked integrated vision. We found that we needed new forms of partnership, shared commitments, and shared risk-taking with NGOs and others in the agencies to be able to take action across those lanes that I hear agencies speak about a lot, their lanes. And we found that when there wasn't investment in those new ways of working together, that agencies implemented their own activities in their lanes, occasionally talking with each other about it. And the result was a sum of the parts rather than something that was collective and leveraged. And so I'm passionate about these kinds of wildfire social science projects and about these processes, even though it might sound boring to some of you, because if you understand what makes collective action possible, then you can inform your outreach and engagement with communities. You can inform your strategies and visions. So it has the best chance of supporting more fire adapted communities and ecosystems. What I'm really proud about, and I'll take a minute to talk about, is how this plays out on the ground, this collective action. It's not just something I study, something that my colleagues and I are doing through the Extension Fire Program and with our partners. And the combined efforts that I'm about to talk about are prime evidence of what's possible with collective action. So Kristen Dodd, other staff in her unit, and Kayla Bordelon from our fire program, together with their local partners, they brought in $6 million recently for a community wildfire defense grant in Wasco County, an area that hasn't always received these resources. And it really broadens how much they're going to be able to get done. Katie Wolstein is our rangeland fire specialist. She works very closely with the department's rangeland program. She's been asked to lead after action reviews of rangeland fires, and she brings a new vision for how we're going to integrate managing range and fires. Chris Adlam, another one of our fire specialists in the Southwest, he has helped lead the development of Oregon's first prescribed burn association. And ODF's willingness to show up in a major way with their time, knowledge, and equipment during the formation of that and training events has been absolutely crucial. And this model of trainings and building networks around prescribed fire is also starting to be implemented by our colleague Micah Schmidt in the Northeast. Chris is also part of the team leading the development of OSU's certified burn manager curriculum closely with the department. I'll mention two more folks on our team, Erin Groth and Ariel Cowan. They do fire preparedness education through very close partnerships with the department and other partners. Erin is on the coast where wildfire isn't always top of mind, but by all working together and having the same message, it's bringing that to become more of a priority amongst the other hazards the coast faces. And for Ariel, who works in Central Oregon, it helps her and her partners leverage rather than scatter their efforts because there's so much going on in Central Oregon. And they are able to reach thousands of people through public service announcements as well as collaborative workshops that they put on. I'll add that I've also had such valuable relationships with the department over the years, from co-developing research projects. I'm part of a joint ODF, OSFM, OSU team that's creating a new fire adapted communities curriculum. And I even serve a bit as a public information officer on an ODF incident management team. I'll mention too that the fire program is just one part of the Forestry and Natural Resources Extension program at OSU. We have diverse expertise and deep relationships with ODF around the state. Our forestry agents and state specialists contribute knowledge about a lot of ODF priorities. Dr. Mark Swanson, who's not here today, works on dry forest restoration. We're getting really involved in private forest accord. We have expertise on topics like steep slope stability. So it's not just our fire folks, it's all of us who really bring this together. What these examples have in common is I'm talking about how we can do more and do it well through our partnerships and what that collective action really looks like. I'm grateful that you've created the space today to further explore how we could grow off that kind of strong foundation and find more opportunities. Very briefly, some conversations I'd love to have today or another time is how we can partner on student research projects, how we can fund them so that they're equitably accessible to all different kinds of students who might not otherwise have these opportunities, and also investing in students' social science as well as silvicultural ecological science. Yes, we want to help students learn more about the pipeline, the kinds of jobs, what it's like to work in an entity like the department. But this also means in tandem a commitment to listening to the students. What are their professional goals? How do they want to contribute and have a say? how can we essentially adapt our climate resilience work and the jobs that are available so that it meets the aspirations and needs of the generations that are coming into the workforce, not just the needs we have in front of us right now. I'd also like to talk about how we can grow place-based capacity. I was inspired by your vision because it speaks about enacting policies in a place-based manner. But to realize this outcome, as well as your larger priority of supporting resilient organizations, we need resilient social and organizational infrastructure. And we need to invest in that, and we need to find new ways to build capacity. It's great that your vision commits to policies that will support local and regional economies. I would love to see it also say, policies need to also deliberately support local and regional capacity and excellence. We rely a lot on local structures like nonprofits, small collaboratives or all lands partnerships, or our field staffing structures to implement policy and make change happen on the ground. And that's often quite a bit of scraping together. And then finally, and I promise I'm winding down now, is we together, the department and OSU, need to keep evolving how we do our outreach and engagement around wildfire. I just described how our respective field staffs are on the cutting edge of really doing this well. They're trying diverse methods to reach underserved communities. They're collaborating with each other rather than going it alone. They're reaching deeper many times in ways that are really going to reach adult learners and engage with their motivations and interests, so they're more likely to take action rather than just delivering information and assuming that will lead to action. So let's please keep supporting our people together to be most effective at this critical work. Let's put care and thought into the how of how we reach people, how we share knowledge with them, how we also learn with them, and then how we walk together on this path towards living better with wildfire. And in closing, I just want to say, sometimes when I talk, I worry that what people think I've shared is idealistic or it's big abstract words. I don't think it is. And it's not fluff on the side of the real stuff of how we live with fire. It's at the core of how we are going to collectively live up to your vision that you have laid out. And so thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to this. And I look forward to the discussion.
Wow. No. Yes, and to all that. And I don't know whether we want to take a moment to talk about any of these pieces as we move along. There's a lot that John has shared. EJ has just sort of described a vision of impact and partnership, which I think is really motivating, and I think is really what we're all here to talk about in terms of where do partnerships go? How do we take small steps together? And how do we make a big impact for Oregonians as a whole through our commitment to all of these pieces? So that's a genuine question. Do we want to pause, or should I go on? Go ahead. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So getting that nod to move ahead, I have a few comments I prepared just to share a little bit about me and some ideas toward partnerships, thinking about adaptive management as this long pathway that we might have together that could include internships and more established relationships between ODF and OSU. But before that, I should introduce myself, Meg Krawczyk, she, her. I'm an associate professor in the College of Forestry, Department of Forest Ecosystems and Society. I am a fire ecologist, a forest ecologist, and a landscape ecologist. I have social science envy. I'm distinctly in the biophysical sciences and strive to work in interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary spaces, but that amazing work that comes from social sciences. So I have a varied range of research interests related to forest ecosystems, intersections with society, and our goals for forest stewardship and management, and particularly an interest in diverse partnerships. I teach our fire ecology class. I teach our forest ecology class. I have a lab of amazing graduate students and undergraduate mentees. I largely work in an applied science space. I enjoy collaborations, this idea of co-production space with managers and community members, and learning to navigate the science policy space. In particular, this last year and a half, I've been serving on the Northwest Forest Plan Amendment Federal Advisory Committee, helping to shape options for the modernization of our regional federal forest guidance. And I feel like those conversations, of course, have such relationship to what happens at the state level in private, federal, and state level decision-making, and figuring out how all these pieces work together in modernizing the ways that we act and steward on the land, and how we integrate diverse perspectives, as well as our forest management decision-making. Let's see. I do desktop ecology, field ecology, biodiversity work, modeling, tree ring studies. Ooh, I actually got rid of a little bit of my backscatter there. And do that work from an ecological perspective in both moist forest settings and dry forest settings. Increasingly, I've been involved in projects with tribal partners, and I find a high value and interest in indigenously directed research, and figuring out how we increasingly braid those knowledges together is something that I'm deeply passionate about and invested in. Let's see. So a few projects and examples similar to what EJ provided and what John provided of work we do as research in my lab group. Recent project funded by NCASI and the college's Fish and Wildlife Habitat and Managed Forest Research Program is a study of biodiversity responses between managed forests generated by intensive forest management and its natural analog, high severity wildfire. Looking through a chronosequence of young forests in Southwest Oregon after high severity fire intensive management and also salvage logging, looking at bird community responses, plant community responses, bees, as well as carabid beetles, to get these sort of broader biodiversity estimates or indicators of what does it mean, who are the winners, who are the losers, in terms of some key biodiversity taxonomic groups when we think about how intensive forest management affects biodiversity in our landscapes and how that compares to a natural analog in terms of emulating natural disturbances with forest management, if that is one of our goals. I work with the Karuk tribe in Northern California and increasingly with other tribes in Oregon. Most recently developing an ecocultural monitoring program for black oak with Karuk tribal members. This was indigenously directed research that was then conducted by my graduate student, Jesse Thorson. A really amazing illustration of working together through Western science, through indigenous knowledges, and bringing together a product that was directed by the tribe and meeting their ecocultural monitoring needs. I do work in fire history, stand reconstruction in the tree ring lab that we host at Oregon State University, an amazing space for looking at how forests that we cherish so much developed in the past, the role of disturbances such as fire in the development of complex structures in our forests. A couple of examples from that work, and all of this, I should mention, is collaboratively done directly with my co-director, Dr. Andrew Marshall, who is the true dendrochronologist in the room. Charles Drake, a master's student, is developing historical reconstructions of old growth and fire history in our dry forest valley margins of our Douglas fir, the sort of these oddballs of all these different kinds of Douglas fir forests with their different expressions of complexity and fire histories and stewardship by Indigenous people. So Charles is unpacking that work at the McDonald Dunn Research Forest. Sven Rodney, another master's student, is working with the Nature Conservancy in the Rogue Basin, doing similar work oriented toward baselines for restoration, looking at stand development in that beautifully mixed and productive location of Southwest Oregon. Complicated region of the state, thinking about what does it mean to be resistant and resilient and diverse and supportive of communities in that space. Jen Bailey Guerrero is a PhD student developing historical reconstructions of stand dynamics and fire history at marbled murrelet nest sites. The Sayusla National Forest, we're understanding more of the variability of age structure, stand structure, and stand disturbance history that supports marbled murrelet nesting habitat, which I think as we move through the structures, we're in the first stages of that research, will help us understand what types of prescriptions silviculturally, what sorts of disturbance might be needed to develop the sort of marbled murrelet habitat that supports nesting in a science-based, strong evidence-based way in terms of directing our silvicultural prescriptions moving forward. Work at the H.J. Andrews along with Matt Betts, studying microclimates of succession in post-fire forests, thinking about that through the lens of early seral reburns and really hot, dry climates, all the way through the evolution of microclimates of our so-called asbestos forests as they grow to be mature and old. Try to look at the drivers of that variability in microclimate that feeds into fire environment. I also have been investing in concepts and data analyses related to the idea of fire refugia. These are the parts of the landscape that we see that burn less severely, sometimes less frequently than others, trying to understand the variability, the drivers in that variability, where they're most likely to occur, and how that dovetails into thinking about mature and old growth forest management and conservation. In particular, a focus for that work in collaboration with colleagues at U.S. Forest Service who focus on northern spotted owl, thinking about what refugia means in the context of fire-excluded northern spotted owl habitat and how we identify the locations that should be left alone or have low-touch treatment versus locations that are currently expressing northern spotted owl habitat qualities, but are in fact artifacts of fire exclusion and could in fact be highly vulnerable to high severity fire as a function of their location on the landscape. Doing some fire modeling with fire transmission and forces, and some work on invasive species and thinking about dry forest landscapes and the impact of high severity fire in our dry forest settings and how that tees us up for subsequent successional patterns that are vulnerable to biodiversity change as well as changes in fire hazard. Let's see. Those are just, a lot of things, a lot of exciting, interesting, important things in my mind that we're touching on in terms of our research in the college. Hope some of them touch on some of your interests and that you find a little bit of a constellation in the stars of things that ODF and your own interests connect to. Happy to talk more about any of those pieces. All of these diverse fire and forest related projects, they aim to increase our understanding of fire effects on forest ecosystems, biodiversity, ecosystem services, how we as managers and stewards tinker with our forests. I really want to anchor that all into these ideas, similar to what EJ mentioned of what do I want to talk about? I want to talk about adaptive management. I want to talk about how we, through our internships, our connections, our relationships and our partnerships and our science, how can we learn more by doing in a very structured and intentional and transparent and trust-building way? How do we develop our adaptive management more concretely to tackle all these important questions in a way that we learn from what we're doing, we do good science with it, and we build trust with our publics as a function of all that? I think I'm done, Matt.
Matt Betts, again, professor in the College of Forestry. And I guess I describe myself by a brief way of introduction as a mutant hybrid between a forestry person and really a wildlife biodiversity person. I've got an undergrad in forest management from Eastern Canada and a PhD actually in forest science from Eastern Canada. But most of my research has been done on how biodiversity responds to different sorts of silvicultural treatments in the West and also in the East. So I was lucky enough when I first arrived, my gosh, back in 2007, to immediately be collaborating with ODF. I inherited a long-term project on thinning in the Coast Range, Tillamook and also Forest Grove districts. And so my predecessor, John Hayes, I don't know if any of you know him, started this project 15 years prior to my arrival. And I got to slot in at the most interesting time to look at the effects of thinning 15 years after the treatments on biodiversity. And we continued that study for 3 more years. And then also I got a chance to do really fun study on the effects of intensive forest management on biodiversity and timber production and how those two things might or might not trade off against each other. And that also has turned out to be a long-term study. We started, oh my gosh, 2009. And we're just about to go back in again to those stands that again are Tillamook and Forest Grove and Weyerhaeuser to look at how biodiversity has responded to these different herbicide treatments many years later. So as with EJ, well, all three of these professors, I'm very interested in adaptive management. It's a thing everyone says they're going to do, and no one does. So the more we can do to enhance collaborations between OSU and ODF to do this sorts of adaptive management, I'm a huge fan, and I'd love to participate if possible. So I have to say, I did nerd out. It turns out I'm the only one of the four to provide slides. I promise it's not going to take very long, but I just wanted to give you a little bit of a menu for the sorts of things our group works on. And some of these are collaborations with these three as well. So first, we've done a lot of, I'm also the lead PI at the moment of the H.J. Andrews LTER program, which is a long-term research site in the Oregon Cascades. And there we've done work on microclimates now for 10 years and how forest structure influences microclimates. And this is incredibly relevant to thinking about climate adaptive silviculture. What sorts of silviculture can we do to minimize climate effects, not just on biodiversity, but also on tree regeneration? Yeah, just keep moving through. Thank you. So this is some work that we did that was published a number of years ago showing that how much biomass there is, how complex a forest is, strongly affects how warm it is. And so stands that tend to be more complex in structure tend to be a lot cooler. And this is independent of canopy cover effects, actually. 2.5 degrees cooler during peak summer months in old growthy type stands. Yeah, it's weird not to. Most recently, these are really recent data from a postdoc of mine. She's finding that forests in general, so microclimate sensors we have under forests over the last 35 years are warming more slowly than open areas where we typically collect climate data. So even having forest cover is about halving the rate of warming during peak summer months. And so what are the implications of this for how we might do silviculture? And I have a student at the moment who's going to try and take some of these methods and approaches and look at different silvicultural treatments and how they might affect microclimates over time. Of course, all bets have been off at the Andrews in terms of looking at a stable, sort of old growthy forest environment. Last year, 70% of the Andrews, well, not last, yeah, it was last year. My gosh, it feels like a decade ago. But the Andrews lit on fire and really mixed severity fire, some parts high severity, some low. So it's providing this incredible opportunity to look at how fire influences microclimate and also potentially how fire emulating silviculture affects microclimate. Also, I mentioned this, but we've been doing this intensive forest management study on state lands now for 15 years. And the overall question there is just how biodiversity responds to a gradient in herbicide amount. So we had these treatments that were implemented actually in 2010, and we've been tracking those all the way through. And this is a gradient from no herbicide spray at all, but planting through what ODF typically does, which is that light image you're seeing, through what industry does, which is the moderate, to something we call the intensive, and have nicknamed the Mordor treatment because no one does it at all, and it kills most of the vegetation. We're talking 5 herbicide applications in this case. So that enables us to look at, oh, this is just an idea of the study design, experimental study, randomized block, kind of a gold standard of experimental design at landscape scales. We can look at these sorts of things, how biodiversity trades off against timber yield, and come up with ideal treatments depending on what human values are and what sorts of biodiversity they might value in relation to how much timber they'd like to yield from a particular area. Surprisingly, the controls that weren't sprayed at all did not see as much of a loss in timber production as we expected. And we'll skip the next slide. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, John. Yeah. Another bit I'm really excited about at the moment is using remote sensing to monitor habitat change and also carbon change across whole landscapes. So some of our early work looked at how we can use raw Landsat data to predict distributions of things. This can be birds, it can also be above ground carbon. And this is for Eastern Canada where I grew up, but this is a map of Blackburnian warbler habitat, yellow being high quality habitat, blue not. And so we can actually backcast to see how habitats and carbon have changed over time over the last 35 years. There's a play button if you could press it. You'll see a video of how habitats change for the species. But this is very approachable way, believe it or not, of monitoring how species habitat amount is doing across whole landscapes. This particular part of Canada, it's a bad news story, but you could also imagine how you could monitor how silviculture at landscape scales is affecting habitat availability for whatever species you're interested in. And we did do this for the Pacific Northwest Forest Plan area, for the marbled murrelet, and enable us to track habitat over time since the 80s. Even by land tenure, we can see who's doing a good job and who's doing a bad job, where fires are taking out habitat. And then lastly, I'll just mention that we've been interested in landscape level planning in our lab, realizing that you can't have everything all in one place. You can't manage a stand for good wildlife habitat because all species have different requirements. But really, to maintain populations of species, native species at landscape scales, you need to be planning at landscape scales. And so students of mine have been using various timber production models actually to look at how different scenarios of timber production can affect wildlife habitat. And this is just a placeholder for this idea, but the original idea was to do some of this at the Elliott State Forest. And we have a few papers you can read on simulation modeling to try and optimize or minimize trade-offs between timber production and biodiversity in that area. So I'll stop with that. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, all four of you. I'm just going to turn it over to Chair Kelly to initiate any questions from the board. We heard kind of a diversity of the work being done by these folks, and it's not limited to what they shared. And they also have a really good sense of the other work that's being conducted at the college. And there's a whole host of our scientists that, of course, are not sitting with us today, but you're welcome to touch on. Thank you. You're welcome to touch on those areas that go beyond the expertise here, and we can at least say, here's the person you want to talk to. And yeah, please go ahead.
I'll start with one high-level question. Who do you guys think is in charge of wildfire policy in the state of Oregon? Don't all jump at once.
Yeah. Go ahead, EJ.
I guess I found Senate Bill 762 really exciting as an example because it was definitely key legislators and decision makers, but it was also the work of the governor's prior council on wildfire response and the work of the agencies, each implementing their visions for what they could do in their arenas. But you may have a different answer than me to this.
Well, yeah, obviously that was very important, and it also included funding, which is an important part of any kind of policy conversation to take it to actual action. And of course, this board does not have authority when it comes to funding. But I think it's just it's interesting that that we don't all have clarity about who that should be. I guess I want us to think about that, and my fellow board members think about that.
So,
Shut things down with that.
no, let's open that up now. Okay.
Well, I feel like this whole idea of multiple sort of management agencies, when we're thinking about, well, there's Oregon as a state, but with our federal lands and all the different decision makers who fall into that, I think it's a wonderful question, but I think we're all sort of holding our tongue of, where do you want to go?
Okay,
Yeah.
just make one more. I think maybe our 20-year plan could be a vehicle for that multiple agency, multiple direction. And that would be really interesting to talk about wildfire policy in the state. So anyway, yeah.
My question is to Dr. John Bailey. So you had the opportunity to work on the Governor's Wildfire Council, and looking at it a couple years in, two parts to this, what do you think was the most influential piece for that, and how that was put together, and what has been like the biggest success of it? And then looking back again, what would you do maybe differently or better to keep it moving forward?
Just a small question. The successes, I think, were and this holds for the national cohesive strategy as well, is that comprehensive look at the complexity and including engaging the policy. I mean, that's what made your question so hard is, we're 60% federal, but the states have a real obligation. I mean, so the strengths are the science-based. That was refreshing, and I was glad I was part of it there. That comprehensiveness was certainly good, and looking to the future, and a lot of folks being involved. And EJ was talking about that. What could have been different? I think we could have foreseen and planned, because the work was there for this issue of climate change and how quickly fire seasons, among other things, are getting worse. So I think we could have had a more sense of urgency, and therefore over the last 5 or 6 years, federally and in our state, we could have done a better job increasing the pace and scale of our proactive but adaptive management moving forward. So I think that's part of the message today to the group as well, is we have got to get moving on this. So one of my mentors in the fire world was also a track coach for his kids when they were in high school earlier in his fire career. And so his analogy was, we have been lapped and we are getting lapped. You can't just yell at the kids to run faster. We have to change. We have to change this race and the rules around it.
Thank you.
Joe, go ahead.
So John, I'm gonna pin you down a little bit more, because I was going to talk about pace and scale, because this board has been talking about this for 6 years since, I've been a part of this board. And I don't know if you know, I mean, I'm from Eastern Oregon, from LeGrand, and I manage industrial forest land in LeGrand, but we're surrounded by federal forest land, and I see a lot of our federal forests in the condition they're in. Of course, I'm a forester, and I see those things, and it very, very much concerns me from managing timberlands and the impact that it could have on the timberlands I manage, but also just simply the condition of those forest lands. So, and I agree with you, we have to figure out pace and scale, but what can we do? How do we, what are the things that have to be done immediately? We always tend to talk about prescribed fire as the answer, but I see so many stands that are not ready for prescribed fire, that are in conditions that prescribed fire will not work, will not be successful. And so I'm just curious, how do we bridge that? How do we move towards that? And it's not a fair question for you, John, but but what do we do? I mean, I just see so many areas that need preparation before prescribed fire, and the scale of it is just staggering.
And this is weeks of class topic and exercises. The quick answer is the recognition that there is variability in the land base. There's variability in the objectives in the different landowners. Some landowners, the exciting thing about industry is very reactive and economically motivated. And so the parts of the resistant, resilient landscape that we want to create that's on industry land, yeah, that can happen quickly. And industry's getting on board for changing like site prep practices. They're not going to want to underburn a 20-year-old, plantation of something. But yeah, we can scale up site prep. We can get fuels off the landscape during that time of site prep and planting. Federal lands isn't going to be there. They're going to need different approaches. These restoration approaches, and thinning and underburning is going to be fine there, and multi-age management and creating gaps. The key is going to be always remembering the fuels. The forests are wonderful things in terms of timber and jobs and economy and watersheds and recreation and just wildlife habitat and of different styles that Matt was talking about. Scenery, recreation, cultural values, all that kind of force are all those things. They're all those things at once. It's wonderful, but they're also fuel and they're going to burn. And so we have to always be, and I mean, this is my curse. I look at the forest, Matt looks at the forest and sees wildlife habitat. I look at the forest and I see fuel. I mean, it's going to burn. And it's kind of dire. And I finally understand pathologists that look at forest and see death. It happened. That's why they're such a dire group, and I'm trying not to become that as I look at the fuels situation out there. So we're all going to be in this together. We have to remember that it's the fuels, the ignitions are going to be out there. The problem has emerged together. The solution is going to emerge together.
Heath. Heath, you were next, Heath.
Hi, for the record, Heath Curtis. Maybe Dr. Betts, Dr. Luca, we're pretty good at designing studies where the conclusion after a lot of years is that we can measure a difference between forest practice outcomes, managed outcomes and natural outcomes. That is to say, there's, as you highlighted, differences in temperature, measurable differences in biodiversity. And my question for you is, those small differences beg the question kind of, so what, right? That is to say, you can measure a deviation relative to natural conditions, but of course there's some benefit associated with that activity or we wouldn't be doing it. And so do you have any idea about how we develop the tools to answer the so what question? That is to say, how do we answer whether those measurable deviations from natural conditions resultant from managed landscapes are worth it, are okay? How do we take that next step? Because I feel like a lot of the public sees the results of these studies and they say, holy smokes, we can measure a difference relative to natural conditions resultant from these management practices. But I don't know that that's definitionally bad, right? That is to say, there's more to that analysis than deltas relative to natural. It has to take the next step and say, okay, well, is that causing big problems? Is that worth it? How do we grapple with that question in your view?
It's a very good question, Heath, and it's one I've wrestled with a lot, actually. It's partly why in all of our studies, we don't design them with just a treatment versus natural, right? Whatever that might be. Typically, we look at a gradient, which may provide an option for different management depending on what your ultimate values are. So for example, in the intensive forest management study, you can ask, how much biodiversity are we willing to lose in order to produce X amount of timber? And actually, if we had an hour, I would give you a talk on that exact topic, but I won't, don't worry. I ask the audience usually, what would you do? Given that we would lose the opportunity to produce this much timber if we did X treatment, what would you pick? And of course, the easy answer is to say, well, just don't produce any timber. But the problem is that somewhere does produce that timber. If you look at global wood production and consumption, it's showing linear growth, over the last 40 years. So it's an important question to ask about where that timber will be produced if it isn't produced in a local area and what those broader trade-offs might be. So no, I'm going to congratulate you on a good question and the way of the way of getting around it is to look at gradients and things instead of just two categories of things, and also to think about what the opportunity costs are.
Okay.
Add to that a tiny bit and just say that I think you bring up a really important. Turned it off. I thought I turned it on. I think you brought up a really important point, which is consumption. We have demands as a society, an unsatiable level of demand for resources. And what Matt is talking about, that leakage question, if we don't produce it locally, if we don't produce it regionally, it's going to be produced somewhere else. And what are the impacts of that? And are we looking at those trade-offs, and are we looking at those impacts holistically, or are we only looking at them in our backyard? And I think that really emphasizes to me the importance of that kind of work, and also coupling that with that global perspective, not just a perspective of here's what it does.
I do quite a bit of research in the tropics as well. And I've seen firsthand what happens when we export the consequences of U.S. consumption behavior to those places that are often hyper-diverse. So as Tom says, it's really important to have a global perspective on these things. Of course, an important part as well is reducing human consumption, which is a tremendously unpopular thing to say, but that's a part of it.
Okay, on the questions, I think Ben was next, then Brenda, if I kind of, and then Bob. Okay.
Thank you, Ben Doimling. Thank you for being here and for your talk so far in your presentation. This is fascinating, and we should do this annually, I think. I have a big, wide-ranging question for all of you, I think, and it's a silvicultural question. And really, we here in the state wrestle with how to prepare our forests to best receive fire. And the fire is coming. The fire is here every year. Sometimes there's wind behind it, sometimes there's not. But this is a very diverse state. There's a lot of different types of forest lands. But any just thoughts that any of you could sort of share about both treatment of existing forests and silvicultural practices of growing forests that really contribute to the forest's, the stand's ability to receive fire in a good way? And it's a big question, but it's what's top of my mind always.
So certainly the keys to fire spread in general is fine surface fuels. And that's the strength of our modeling. That's the strength of silvicultural approaches and all that kind of stuff. And tack in behind that ladder fuels and canopy connectivity for that. So that's ultimately what we're going to manage. But if you have to focus on something and prioritize, it's fine surface fuels. And they need to be consistent with our understanding of fire history and fire ecology. So on the east side, more frequent low intensity fire. So more open stands, more prescribed burning, or mechanical treatments that are going to address fine surface fuels, ladder fuels, canopy connectivity. And then the scale up is between stands, and then the collection of stands that make up a landscape, because we have so many acres that have record amounts of fuel on them, and we've created structural conditions and forest types that have never existed, at least since the last glaciation. We have created them with fire exclusion, among other practices. And so that's scary, and the fact that they're more connected to each other is what creates these long landscape runs, is that continuity issue. So those are two challenges. One is the more stand level. One is how it fits into the overall landscape to create landscape level fuels. As we come over to the west side, it changes some, but not as much as we're learning. There's going to be more fire here. There was more fire history. Anywhere you have Douglas fir had regular fire multiple times per century. But it may be a different spatial component. So larger guys are not as frequent. Not as low intensity, so it's a little bit higher, so it punches more holes historically, at least for 15,000 years, punched more holes into canopies and that kind of thing. But silviculturally, you scale up, it's still about surface fuels, ladder fuels, canopy conductivity, but you get into gap sizes, fire frequency, treatment frequency changes. But the silvicultural tool of choice is multi-age group selection, all kinds of things in Douglas fir systems. Then over there on the coast, western hemlock, Sitka spruce. It's not going to burn in your lifetime. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I'll sort of take the baton there. I feel like what John is describing really is heterogeneity and tailored heterogeneity. And we know some things, but we don't know all things about the different biophysical settings, even within what we might describe as similar forest types on the west, sort of on the west or wet side. There's so much variability in terms of what that fuel structure is and what that composition is in terms of vegetation, if you see it as vegetation rather than fuels in that sort of crosswalk of our minds. And so I feel like what John has described is we know some really good first principles, and we were talking about this in the car too, and a lot about sort of some basics of the more benign fire behavior in simple situations and stand scales. We don't know about those larger conflagrations. We can't model some of those higher intensity and ergo higher severity effects. And so we need to keep on learning, keep on tinkering. This is where adaptive management comes in. This is where trust building needs to come in, where we might fail, but we need to try different things, and we cannot pretend that we know all of what we're doing. And so I feel like some of this work that I hope maybe we can have conversations together about are what are the spaces where we do feel we know enough that we're fairly confident about fire behavior and both at stand and landscape scales, and where are the places where we honestly are tinkering, we honestly are needing to learn together, and how do we do that? What are the tools we have in the toolbox? What is the social license that is available to learn? And how do we do that in a respectful and ethical way? Because as EJ said when she started off her conversation this morning, reflecting on LA and California, and we're coming again, and we need to be more prepared, but we don't know how to do it. So that just wanted to sort of loop around on the things we know and the things we don't know, and then how do we move the dial? And what is the opportunity potentially from the conversation today to move some dials together?
So first of all, Ben, thank you for launching that discussion. As is typical, Ben oftentimes says things that I'm thinking, so I'm not sure what's going on across the table here, but thanks, Ben. My question is maybe more specific as an example. So we have thousands of acres of Douglas fir plantations planted across Coast Range and lower elevation Cascades. So given that context, what advice would you have for a forester, for policy folks, to prepare those stands to have greater adaptive capacity when you think about what the implications are of climate change over the next 30 to 50 years? So maybe a rotation or so for those stands. What should we be doing now in those Douglas fir plantations that will increase the adaptive capacity of those stands or the next stand after them to persist in a way that will keep all of Matt's animals and Meg's plants happy on into the future? And not just focusing on fire, but thinking about the full range of stressors and disturbances that might occur.
I'll start off by planting heterogeneity as the word that we need to be exploring in a more detailed way. Adaptive heterogeneity that's providing that variability in fuel structure that John is talking about, and laying fire down and supporting fire to flow in other locations. It's providing heterogeneity in terms of adaptive capacity for different climate conditions and expressions of wildlife and vegetation types. But that's the simple start. Heterogeneity is a big word. What is appropriate heterogeneity and what is inappropriate heterogeneity? So similar to John's dropping of the microphone and leaving it at there, I'd love to hear people's thoughts on appropriate and inappropriate heterogeneity in the context of adaptive management an adaptation to climate change. I think that's the thing.
And scale is a key part of that. I mean, our history and how we've generated plantations, the efficiency of scale and the production of timber and those kinds of things. And so if we're going to create heterogeneity and discontinuities in fuels or even insect or disease spread or that kind of stuff, it's probably going to be at a bigger scale on our industrial landowners, and across private landowners will be the whole spectrum of very large scale kind of work versus very small scale work on small woodland owners. Yeah, so that's about the only thing I do. Heterogeneity is key across landowners. The scale at which it's done, we don't fully understand, and so we can move. Different landowners can work at different scales, and we'll learn over time, because there's the overlap with the scale of the ecology. There's the scale of our own ownership. There's the scale of the economics and the whole market system that's going to move with it. So that's going to be key.
Just follow up with another quick question. So thinking 30 to 50 years out, what role does assisted migration have in trying to prepare these forests for future conditions?
Well, interestingly, we had a candidate for a genetics position visiting just yesterday. And that individual is very interested in assisted migration and looking at that as a really important tool to apply in a changing climate. And just stepping back for a moment and saying, Brenda, your question's really good. And 40 years ago, it would have been considered a moot point. Why you don't even need to worry about that, because fire frequency is so low, and our plantations really aren't at risk. And of course, in today's climate, our plantations are at risk. And this is critical that we as a college work on asking those very questions of how do we build resilience into our managed plantations. And I think heterogeneity is a big piece of it, landscape heterogeneity, but also stand heterogeneity, but bringing hardwoods back into ecosystems that are currently just purely Douglas fir. It changes the microclimate, it changes the fire behavior. We don't know enough right now to say how to do it. I just don't think we do. I think we have people that are working that direction, but I really appreciate what Meg said, which is we've got to be willing to fail. We need to be willing to try these things and experience some failure. We're going to continue to experience extreme fire conditions like the 2020 Labor Day fire conditions, and we need to be ready to respond to that. And forestry, of course, is conducted on decadal, timeframes, and so now's the time to get that work started, but also to look at other, we have some historical systems that, and studies that will help us, look forward from those operations. But I'd turn it over to anyone else to answer the rest of Brenda's question.
Yeah, just briefly to put a finer point on the heterogeneity aspect. I mean, there are some at least experiments we should be doing who are not doing very well on the effects of mixed species plantings, the effects of retention in forestry. And we still, when we were doing our modeling study, we were keen to find out what yield cost there might be to doing more ecological approaches to forestry and what the wildlife response would be. And then Pacific Northwest, we have very little to inform that at all. There are no good yield curves for Douglas fir or Western hemlock or Western red cedar as a function of different degrees of canopy retention. And as my gut says, this would be a good way of generating heterogeneity, more variable retention harvest. But what the actual impact will be, we can't say scientifically. So that's a really important first step to do some adaptive management on that. And then, of course, a range of age classes across the landscape, as Meg was pointing to. In forestry, we typically do a really good job of truncating the peak of mean annual increment curve. Let's stop doing that, or at least let's get to it. Often we're doing forestry that truncates far before the peak rate of growing of Douglas fir. So this is something else we could do that I would think that would increase resiliency, both economic and ecological. I'll leave it at that. There's a lot more.
Trying to get a chance for everybody to get a question in, Bob.
Great.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for being here. For the record, Bob Van Dyk. Tom and Matt in particular, greetings to you. I'm interested in, and I say that just because I've met them before. Other than that, and John, thank you for the book. I'm wondering if you're seeing any effect of AI or changes in remote sensing in the kind of information that we're going to have available to us to inform this really complicated policy space that I think we all recognize, wherein there's so many goals, there's so many variables, and the landscape is so heterogeneous. There's so much heterogeneity that anyway, I'm wondering if there might help. There's any prospects there for that. Thank you.
Yeah, a really humbling thing to do would be to type all of your questions into Chat GPT and see if you could get better answers than the ones we're giving you. It happens on all my exams now, so I have to keep an eye out for it. When we're using AI in a number of, all across the college, of course. Personally, we use it in bioacoustics, auto detection of species and camera traps or bird song, for example. We also use machine learning and deep learning to do the distribution models that I showed you. In terms of decision-making at broader scales, that's a very interesting question. I'd be keen to know if any of you have thoughts on it, but I'm hoping that we won't be out of a job in the next few years. But no, in terms of fine-scale scientific approaches, it's used very extensively in the College of Forestry.
And can similarly be a tool for decision-making as well, but I think it's important to keep it as a tool for the decision makers. Part of your question was also about remote sensing, which of course is exploding, has been exploding and is exploding. And if you really want some detailed questions about kind of, do we have wall-to-wall LiDAR coverage, aerial LiDAR coverage for state forest or something like that, our colleague Bogdan Strumbu is kind of our specialist for that kind of remote sensing information. But it's getting better all the time, whether it's aerial platforms, the drones, ground-based walking LiDAR units or other ODAR kinds of things.
Another colleague that is working in that space is Hee-Sung Woo, who brings robotics into that picture, and the combination of drone LiDAR and understory or under canopy LiDAR from the robots are, data-based point clouds that are so accurate they look like photographs of the forest or video of the forest, and the power in that kind of tool is you can just imagine, whether it's from a management perspective and or from a science and inventory perspective.
Yeah. That reminded me of really cool heads-up display in some of the equipment that takes my silvicultural prescriptions, combines it with this kind of immediate sensing of the trees out there, runs an AI algorithm to decide based on thinning intensity and the amount of heterogeneity and the species that you want, because there's species recognition in there as well, that the operator in the cab has a heads-up display that helps select trees. So no marking, no complicated decision making. There are green trees and red trees. That's going to guide them through the woods.
Just to add a little bit of social perspective, which is that I really wish we knew more about how different types of people perceive decision-making that uses these tools. We know well in the last few years that some people can feel very far apart, or their relationship to what's happening on the ground when it's mediated by a model or a map. We can have challenges. And there's also growing distrust in science and government that also could challenge acceptance of decisions made using these kinds of tools. At the same time, these tools are becoming more interactive, more visual, more engaging for diverse people. And so I would just love to know more about how those can be used in management and practice.
Lizette Powell, board member. So I want to kind of look into fire intensity, and I see, so this could be, I'll start with John and whoever would like to respond. Way back in 1988, there was one of the first large-scale fires in Southwest Oregon, and it was the Silver Fire. And when I was working on the forest, we had, in the good old days, Dr. Tom Matson and three forest ecologists who did an amazing work on that footprint before the fire. And they were able to discern that fire intensities in generally that area was 60% low intensity, 25% medium, and then 15% high about that. And I'm just wondering, what have you, with the fires that we see now and the post-management, management in the last few decades, have you all seen a shift in that? Have people been studying that? And what has that meant to the larger landscape as you've seen that? I don't know if it's just a Southwest thing, but we were able to actually put into numbers that shift to the higher intensity. And I say that thinking about the news on Los Angeles, is that certainly structures are burning, but it's in that new soundbite, they're making it sound like everything goes, and certainly the houses do, but the landscape. So I'm just kind of curious, how are y'all thinking about those intensities, and what is the lessons about that and the changes to your interest and what you're studying at this point in time?
Another big question. The quicker answers to it is, it's nice to draw that distinction between intensity, just the heat being produced, and therefore the flame lengths and rate of spread and that kind of stuff, and the severity, the impact that it's having when it's produced out there. But both, in recent history, both have been going up, and I don't think that's been unique to Southwestern Oregon either. That's pretty much across the board, and that's just driven by the physics of there's more fuel out there. Talked about that. The fire seasons are longer and deeper, so energy release components, other measures of fuel aridity and availability to burn, vapor pressure deficits, that's come up. That's all driving more intensity and more severity for that. And then a lot of the science and information is still out on changes in ignition patterns and that kind of thing. But when I was a firefighter here in the 80s, we talked about it as about 50% lightning ignition and 50% human ignition. And the last statistics I've seen is we're about 80% human ignition now. So that changes, seasonalities and when these fires are happening as well within the fire season. So those are the three things to address and to understand, why they're increasing. The different fires, we can blame, different things about fuel loading. Weather and wind speed has been a big issue on some fires, not on others. It's much more been the fuel loading or the timeliness of the ignition or those kinds of things. So it's covering the whole range. Nothing unique to Southwestern Oregon, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I'll take a baton on that one too, and I feel as though it's the classic scientist response to go with "it depends," and it's up to the scientist then to follow that with "it depends on what," and unpack it a little bit more in some detail that's useful to the conversation rather than sort of laying it out there. So I feel like there's some really important "it depends" that John was talking about there, and it depends on what those conditions for burning are, and certainly there are studies that show that we are seeing more intense and more severe fire patterns, but there are also studies that show that we are within a historical range of variability depending on your geography and what we know of that historical range. So there's a lot of detail in that, and we see that when we think about the high severity wind-driven events. We think those are part of our historical range of variability, and it's very difficult to determine whether there has been an increase or a change at all in those and in what locations. So whereas in our drier forest settings, we know all too well that through fire exclusion of indigenous burning and stewardship and cultural burning, as well as through fire suppression as a whole, that we have changed forest structure and burning patterns in those drier forest settings. And so just some really useful bookends of the it depends to think about that question that you asked, Liz. And I think when we're talking about people and human ignitions, bringing in that thoughtfulness of what do human ignitions through cultural burning, through prescribed fire, and through accidental fire, and sort of our classic human ignition pot, how do we unpack all of those to be ethical in terms of what we're thinking about in terms of human-caused fires, where they are, what they do, and how they fit into this space which is coexisting with fire in a way that is socially and ecologically just. So just wanted to unpack that a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm going to take a turn back to ask a question myself again. We're not running out of questions, Dean. No. And this is a little bit related, but I'm worried about public perceptions. I'm an old marketing guy, and I'm thinking about the support for pace and improving the pace and scale of treating lands, and then and it's my understanding, and maybe some of you would disagree, but that California is the benchmark for us for that they've been far out ahead of Oregon in that regard. And yet we're dealing with the reality today of a significant wind event, and where we're seeing any kind of treatment really being essentially meaningless in that kind of event. And so how are we going to maintain public support for that kind of work when we always have the threat of a 2020 fire like we had here, or what's happening in LA? I mean, I totally think they're different animals, but I'm not sure the public understands that they're different animals. And it seems like we've got a big challenge there.
I think what's hard is a lot of people's capacity to understand complex phenomena is just becoming more limited due to how we consume and exchange information and due to everything that people have on their plates. But that being said, something I think a lot about when PIOing is the comments we get on Facebook. Why can't they just put the fire out? Oh, why don't you just stop the fire right now? And we have a good laugh in the PIO shop about it. But what it shows me time and time again is that, and the media replicates this too, a lot of photos of wildland fires, the ones from California, show firefighters dousing down a house. And they don't show what wildland, out in the wildland, what that looks like. And I would just love, and I think there's a lot of public fascination with firefighters, and that could be really built on to show this is what it's like out on the fire line in different parts of the fire, right? Here's what we do. Here's the different tactics we actually use. Here's how we have to work with the features of the landscape. Here's what we do on the really boring, division where nothing's really happening. And I think that letting that be led by firefighters with their stories and images and videos would be really wonderful. Mm-hmm. So when PIOing, we often ask for firefighters on the line to send in pictures and videos that we can use. That's a small answer to your question. It's a much bigger question.
Right. Okay. Next up was Heath, and then Ben on the questions. Okay, got that.
So
gotta keep it going in a circle here.
So to kind of follow up on some of the questions that Brenda was asking, I feel like, often when we're talking about heterogeneity of forest stands, people are kind of squinting at industrial timberlands and they're saying, hey, those are pretty homogeneous stands. Why don't we do something about that? And, there's obviously a reason that industrial timberland owners manage those stands the way they do. They're trying to maximize financial return, and deviations from current practice come at some cost, and sometimes it can be profound cost. And so that, for me, raises the question of why would we do that? That is to say, I understand that
in the abstract, you can make forests more resilient by introducing heterogeneity and maybe some older age classes. But I think before you suffer those costs, you have to convince yourself that it's worth doing. And it's been some time since I've looked at the statistics, but I think if you looked at the proportion of lands burned in Oregon, they're overwhelmingly federal lands. And that the acres burned in Oregon that are private industrial lands are a small fraction of the total acres burned. And I appreciate that in many communities, there's good fire and there's bad fire, but that still begs the question for me, if we're going to change practices on industrial forest lands at great cost, what would substantiate or merit that change? And if in fact it's not proving particularly prone to burning today, why would we do it? And maybe a better way to ask the question to you is, what tools would we use to conclude that it's worth doing?
Yeah, across different years in different parts of the state and in all, I think you'd see a lot of variability in that impact of federal lands, federal lands burning versus private lands burning. And you have to separate out the rangelands versus forest lands, probably a certain amount, east side versus west side. Certainly the perception that predominantly federal lands are burning is 60% of the state is federal lands. The Labor Day fires, I'm more familiar with those, and they were a pretty even split of private land and federal lands. Do you have any of the numbers off the top of your head, Tom? Yeah. Anyway, we could get. I would say, we want to look at that. Part of it is that difference between intensity and severity that we started in with other answers, because a 15-year-old Douglas fir plantation does not have a lot of resistance to any fire that gets in there. So if you have surface fire in there, particularly if it's burning the shrub community that's underneath of it, or if there's past logging / left behind or something like that. If you have any kind of relatively continuous and even modest intensity fire, young trees, thin bark, canopy close to the ground, you're going to have high severity. And so we've seen plenty of that, with the Douglas complex fires, or those kinds of things. So they're particularly sensitive. And so I think that's why within that industry framework, we really want to look at better site prep techniques and all, so that we can get embers in there and fire can spread through the landscape. But once it gets to these areas, there's not enough to propagate continuous fire through the system, and hence a 13-year-old plantation can survive that landscape level event. And I have plenty of pictures I can share with you where that's the only green thing left on the landscape is an 8-year-old plantation, a box, on the whole hillside that's out there. And that's just because the fuel wasn't there. I mean, the weather didn't change, the topography didn't change. The only thing that changed was the fuel bed that came. So that's what I talk about, managing that stand level and all has implications. But as that 13-year-old stand becomes 23 and 33, it's reaccumulating fuel. That fuel bed is changing, and so its sensitivity within the landscape is going to change. But bark is getting thicker, the canopy is lifted, from the floor. So we can model. Long answer, short. We understand many of these relationships, and I think we can bring it into our management decision-making space, so that we minimize that risk. And when we can quantify that risk, then we know what the trade-offs are for building, for unit size, for building in the heterogeneity, for how it fits within the context of riparian buffers, all how close it is to road and potential human ignition. We can run numbers on those kinds of things that can help that decision space. But ultimately, it's the landowner decision, or how much of that risk to accept.
I've always thought it would be very interesting to run some of these scenarios across varied landscapes with different biophysical settings, topographic positions, and think about where are the places where it might make sense in that for an intensively managed stand to manage at very fast rotation, quick rotation, relatively homogeneous, and just prioritize getting the wood out on that fast rotation. Maybe there are particular topographic positions, settings where you've got to move fast, you've got to grow fast, and then move that wood off before it burns. And then there are probably other positions on the landscape where fire behavior might react in a slightly different way because of slope and aspect and all these other features, where taking a slightly different prescription might actually, as a portfolio of effects for the entire land unit, be a more beneficial investment as a whole in terms of maintaining your timber economies, maintaining some degree of fire resilience, supporting ecosystems and biodiversity, and some element of carbon retention as well in terms of carbon market structure and mitigation procedures. But it feels to me as though there is an interesting opportunity to not do a one-size-fits-all approach to landscapes, but rather to tailor some of that prescription based on some understanding about topography, risk, hazard, and all of those pieces in a diverse toolbox of what your goals and values are for that landscape. So for me, when you ask that question, I think, oh, I get my eyes get big of, oh, how would you do that study to understand the variability and decisions you would make on the land base that could optimize, where in some places you do traditional forestry, fast rotations. In some places, you spend a little bit more because you're either not getting as much immediate volume off of them, or you're having to pay more in terms of site preparation or some other features of that. But thinking about what as the whole makes most sense rather than doing the same thing everywhere. That was a little bit of a messy response, but I just wanted to suggest that as an interesting idea for, it's not one or the other, but could there be a complement or a suite of different responses that there is science and modeling to support in terms of where you do what and why for a varied portfolio of outcomes. So just some ideas there.
And then Brenda.
Great. Can I just follow up?
Sure.
Yeah, Meg's, I don't think that was a messy response at all. I think that was a great response. And it brings in the idea of landscape level modeling. And it ties to an idea from 30 or 40 years ago, which is landscape level zoning. Matt Hunter at University of Maine put this forward, the triad approach, he called it. And the problem is, and we can run models to test the sorts of ideas that Meg was mentioning. And that's exactly what we've done for parts of Oregon, looking at trade-offs between the economics, the timber production, and biodiversity and carbon. But the issue is we often lack the data to parameterize those models. You know, we don't know what the yield cost is of having mixed species plantations or leaving 5 green trees per acre, or so that's the missing piece. We have to make assumptions around that. But I do think there's great promise in doing the sorts of zoning that Meg mentioned.
Great.
Van Doimling, following on this, you've kept mentioning, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we did this study, or wouldn't it be interesting to do that? And I share that. Oh, wouldn't it be interesting to try to answer this question in more detail? And we had a presentation yesterday with our adaptive management program committee, who's doing a lot of this work with, I think, some of your colleagues with regard to our private forest accord. And I guess my question to you all is, what does it take to set up a new study, or to continue some research to ask some new questions? And because I think a lot of us on this board would be really interested to dig into some of these things we've been talking about some more. And maybe we could all agree on a couple questions that would be interesting to ask. Well, what does that take? What does that require? What do you need for that potential partnership to continue or to become something? So big question, but more of sort of a process question of how you all work.
I always tell students that, it starts with this curiosity. And I think we're already here, now and looking at this new world and these issues. We have to prioritize that curiosity and what those questions are. And then it's the collaborations with those of us that think about experimental designs with the operational departmental, folks, and ideally, broader than that, the bigger that group, as long as they're on that same mission to design the experiment. If you have that shared mission, even a diverse group can come up with that design. So probably the hardest is to get the dean to give me the money for it to do it, or the department to provide the dean with the money.
I think another piece of that is patience, because we can come up with ideas so quickly and then we want to act on them. But then to actually do it right, making sure to take that slower, smaller step path. I think that's another part, in addition to getting the money and getting agreement, is making sure that we don't race out of the gate, that we actually do this in an intentional, deliberate, and focused way. And so giving the time for that to be effective.
I could just quickly add, I think it's getting harder, but also more rewarding to design studies. Funders expect us to have broader impacts and to have meaningful partner engagement and to co-produce knowledge, especially if we're working with tribal partners. And so there is a lot of, ideally, integrating your curiosity and your questions with the curiosity and questions of managers on the ground, the communities in the area, and really weaving that throughout the whole project, not just as we're going to do a webinar to deliver our results at the end.
And just to make things even more practical, there are a number of agencies that actually require conservation partner or management partner co-production. So there's a NASA call in March that requires part of the funding actually go toward implementation of what is found in the study. This particular call is what they call ARL 9, Applied Readiness Level 9, which means by the end of the study, they're expecting to see actual changes on the ground as a result of what's been found via remote sensing approaches. So there are real funds available. The challenge is often having that science management partnership in a real invested way to make these things go ahead. So
I'll just finish with a challenge, and the dean doesn't have money, just so you know. I wish I did, but forestry and forest science is hampered by the decadal nature of forest response to treatments, and so long-term experimentation is so important. And whether, if we're starting it now, we're doing that for generations in the future, not necessarily for today. And that's just the nature of forest science. We can augment that with AI and with modeling, but it's not, modeling is based on historical data, not based on, especially in a changing climate, novel conditions that we're not really knowledgeable about, as well as novel insect invasions and other challenges that aren't on our radar screen right now. So you really need that long-term perspective. And I think that kind of goes back to Heath's question about why would we change, and why would we take a chance on something where we don't really know if it's going to work or not? And I totally understand that, and that's on us to conduct studies and long-term studies in that regard. But I think the key point here is change. We're in the midst of a very significant and impactful change in climate that is making it imperative that we consider different options, because there isn't resilience on the landscape under the current conditions that there might have been 40 years ago. And we want to make certain that our forest industry remains fully viable and successful. And if we're in a changing climate that makes forestry in its historical condition obsolete, then we've failed as a college to provide that guidance for what works in this changing climate. So I guess my point is that we need long-term studies. We need to be conducting these, and I do see partnership with ODF is a great way. You know, we have our limited amount of research forests that we can work on, but partnerships with ODF, with private industry, with Forest Service, BLM, those are really important to have that long-term and applied studies on the ground. So, anyhow, but it is expensive, and applying for a NASA grant is a huge undertaking, and the likelihood of getting funded is probably 10% at best, and if it's NSF, it's 6%. So we invest huge amounts of time into writing grants with a really low percentage chance of getting it. And maybe there's a different model for partnership funding of research that is particularly of importance to our state and our economy that we should be talking about or thinking about, a different model.
I have a question, but I also want to put a pinpoint on Ben's question. Tom, for a bare bones typical research project with a graduate student and a PI needing summer salary, what's the kind of the average total direct and indirect cost per year for something like that?
So just to fund a graduate student for one full year with the stipend, benefits, tuition waiver, and then some summer salary for a faculty member would be on the order of $120,000 to $140,000 a year. I mean, it's big, because then there's the costs of, you know, instrumentation, you know, travel.
So we're talking about $100,000 to $150,000 a year. So a lot. So my question, though, to you all, and I hope it's not the last one, but serving on this policy board, we're asked to make policy. And if you think about the Forest Practices Act, for instance, that's something that tends to be changed over time, but it's a fixed policy. Policies tend to homogenize landscapes. They don't tend to make them heterogeneous. So what advice do you have for this board about how to think about policy creation that would do what all of you are saying, and that is think broadly, landscapes, and create greater heterogeneity?
I don't have a stunning response to your question, Brenda, but I often think that in Oregon, we have a tendency to, for louder voices to take up a lot of space when providing input into policy decisions or even crafting what a policy could look like. And as you know, we have such a diverse state in terms of our landscapes, our forests, and our communities. And so for fire policy in particular, I would love to see policies be developed that where there's advanced research and there's a lot of input from the ground on what's really needed in different areas. And to the extent possible, that sometimes there are some flexible policy designs, but I just would I would really love it if everyone could have their voices heard more in the creation of policy, and just a few open houses in a few places sometimes doesn't get that. And I think having a longer term vision of the kind of policies we're going to need so we can do that homework with our communities.
I appreciate that, Brenda, in terms of regulation and creating new laws tends to homogenize more than it diversifies. And I do think it's interesting that our tendency with forestry is to seek regulation rather than incentives. When we think about agriculture, we tend to incentivize practices, and in forestry, we tend to regulate practices. And I think that there's hope in incentivizing practices on the landscape that meet multiple objectives, and using incentive tools rather than a stick might be one way to be thinking about a different approach.
Okay, oh, go ahead.
Well, just briefly, I think some current laws favor homogeneity. I don't necessarily think that future ones have to. You know, if you think about our cut size, this is quite a stamp on a landscape, isn't it? having a maximum of what, 120 acre cuts. So there's one we could examine, re-examine. Green up delays, it can create some weird perverse incentives when combined with planting requirements that result in homogeneity. I think there are a number of current policies that could be at least re-examined and modeled to see what removing them, changing them might do to landscape heterogeneity.
Thank you.
Okay, we are out of time, and I'm kind of thinking the quality of the questions has been pretty good. Would they get an A? What do you think? Okay. And I have resisted using up our time asking you questions about rangeland fire since I live out in Eastern Oregon. However, we're ready to break for lunch, and we do have food for any of you who can stay with us, and maybe I'll get to get some answers on some rangeland issues. So with that, we are adjourned for until I think it is 1 o'clock.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, to the afternoon session of our Thursday Board of Forestry meeting. And our agenda is a presentation on the climate change and carbon plan implementation update. And I believe our main presenter is going to be John Korzak. And thank you, John. I'll let you lead from there. And
Great. Thank you, Chair Kelly. Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Makamoto, John Korzak. I am in the resources planning program of the agency. And we are going to provide an update as to where we've been. Closer.
or is it, I think are you off? Or are you on?
Oh, very directional. I apologize. We'll provide an overview of where we've come from and where we are and where we hope to go. And with that, we have a brief presentation. There we go. Background, work plan, strategic plan, and then some reference to the current implementation and ongoing work as it stands. So, can we? Still closer. I don't want to. Thank you. There's a long background now that dates back to 2020, and I will let Danny detail that background.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Danny Norlander for the record. Appreciate being here, Chair Kelly, State Forester Makamoto, and the rest of the board. A lot of this early parts of this presentation are stuff that we heard in October, but just kind of a quick highlight and background over that again. So the climate change and carbon plan was requested from the governor's office following the release of Executive Order 2004 in March of 2020, so almost 5 years ago now. And then following on that, we were asked to develop a climate change plan, which evolved into the climate change and carbon plan. And we worked through that in a public process along all with that, internally, externally, with the board, with the executive team, with stakeholders, public input, and eventually wound up with the finalized version in November of 2021. We really built it out of research, largely around climate smart forestry and where that was moving mostly out of Europe because that's where it kind of originated as a mentality. And it was an offshoot of sustainable forest management, which was one of the previous focuses of the forestry program for Oregon. And it seemed like a good way to tee up this plan and tie them together. And it was really supposed to be a framework and a vision and a roadmap for how we would work inside the department and with the board on how to implement climate smart forestry across the department. So just a quick reminder about what climate smart forestry is. The way that ODF's plan uses it, it is a three-legged stool with 4 legs. So we have forest adaptation, climate mitigation, and then the social element, which includes both communities and the economy. So that's the fourth leg of the three-legged stool. So adaptation is really the focus of how are we going to adapt forests, how are we going to adapt to a changing climate and the environment that we are experiencing now and will continue to need to adapt to moving forward. The climate mitigation part is how are we going to try to mitigate the change that is occurring? How are we going to reduce the amount of carbon in the atmosphere or limit the emissions from our forests? And then the social dimension is using those other two as a way to support communities and the economy. And there's a variety of ways that could happen. And go back one. I came up with this, I kind of borrowed some of it from a different publication. But kind of to highlight what climate smart forestry is through the Venn diagram method, you can see climate smart forestry there in the middle where all three of those other circles kind of intersect. And then we have other things that take place where others intercept, but not all three. Okay, now we can move forward. So there were 8 goals that were developed in that process. And these were really worked through with the board and with the executive team and agency leadership on what they would be and how they would fit together. So we had climate smart forestry and silviculture. That's how we are utilizing silvicultural science in climate smart forestry. Fire management, response, and then fire and smoke adapted communities. State forest management, forest land, climate resilience and ecological function restoration, urban and community forest, reforestation and afforestation, maintaining and conserving forests, and research and monitoring. And a lot of these actually don't all fit squarely in ODF's wheelhouse. So things like maintaining and conserving forests relies a lot on our kind of storied land use planning laws in the state. And the close relationship that we have with DLCD and all of those that make land use decisions across the state. So these goals went into informing the vision for Oregon's forests and are actually included as the strategies in the climate leadership goal specifically. So to support those, we developed supporting actions, which were a little bit more fine-grained than the 8 larger goals. And there was not ever meant to be a one-to-one relationship between a supporting action and a specific goal. So there would be overlap and there would be more of a holistic consideration for the department and for the board about what actions were supporting different goals. And the hope there was that we would be able to work more across all of the divisions to make sure that things were implemented as best possible and we didn't duplicate efforts or make it so that it was more difficult or create barriers where we didn't need to. And those actions were kind of intended to inform things like the forest management plan, implementation plans, and the annual operating plans. So work plans have come up a lot over the last couple of days, and these supporting actions were intended to kind of inform some of the things that could go into those work plans across the department, but not be explicit about what was going to be in a specific work plan here or there. Slide. Back to John.
So in terms of arc of implementation, to present, the implementation has been led by the work plan that was put in place previously, and as Danny referenced, developed to be implemented throughout the agency functions and processes and inform. And then that has been represented in the climate leadership side of the broader strategic plan, which moving forward in terms of implementation and broader fulfillment would incorporate providing monitoring elements and goal measurement to be able to perform some assessment of the realization of the plan as is intended. And to join that, there would be a continued informing of the supporting actions that would arise at meeting those broader goals. So looking forward, and at present, that would be where the development would lie, at least in terms of fuller realization of implementation. And for some reference points, across those places of climate smart forestry, associated measures that would allow for the monitoring of those goals and the evaluation of their realization. and subsequent informing through, depending on how it emerges, the processes internally relative to work plans and/or other strategic actions, operations, supporting actions, and affirming as they arise and develop. So looking forward, several areas where you would be able to find realization is in, for example, further utilization of residuals and byproducts, grants received, allocation of where those benefits are realized and how they're realized, with to the end that they address the broader goals and interests. And so with that as a future action in terms of the implementation, we would then also draw attention to current examples of work that are representative of the ambitions of the climate change plan, with some just current and contemporary examples, which we talked about briefly in October. Got stereo sound, which is nice. So there was a series of different actions that were tracked, but just to call attention to some near-term ones that weren't necessarily expounded on. One of the examples would be the work that's been done in conjunction with other agencies on through the ADA funding on utilization relative to mass timber products, which incorporates work with the Forest Service, tracking of fiber from those projects and the realization into long-lived products, and in conjunction with the university, with DLCD, and several other agency partners. But it speaks to a broad set of those goals, and is one of the mechanisms by which we're able to realize some of those supporting actions. So, I want to speak to, oh, no.
So some of the other things that we have mentioned before, and some others that we might go a little bit more into detail here. The Urban and Community Forestry Program did receive a substantial amount of money from the federal government through the bill or IRA funds. And they are working very diligently to get those out to communities. And a large part of those is an interest around supporting traditionally disadvantaged communities and tribal communities in their urban and community forestry work. So those funds are being allocated, and projects are being undertaken with those funds. And hopefully we will see a lot of good progress on those in the near future. Yesterday, you heard some public testimony and comments on some of the work going on in Washington County and around our Forest Grove district. And we've been working with them and Nate Agelzoff while he was there to really start to work on implementing the natural working lands funds, which I'll mention next. But working very closely with the Soil and Water Conservation District there, and making it so that we can use that as a kind of a template for use across the state on how to implement natural working land efforts. And the main part of that is how we support local communities and local conservation districts and watershed councils in implementing the climate change and carbon plan, or at least the tenants inside of that, and climate smart forestry at a local level. And we really wanted to focus on the local level because that gets to the place-based needs that are different across the state. So Tualatin SWCD will have different needs than one in Southwest Oregon or Northeast Oregon. And we wanted to be able to support all of those different ones as they saw they needed. So that ties in with the Natural Working Lands Fund and the Seed Orchard. This is money that was provided to us through HB 3409 in 2023. Excuse me. And We got 3.25 million to implement climate smart forestry and for forward-looking species plantings and seed availability projects. So that got broken out. There was 1.5 million that would support natural working lands on private forest lands, primarily working with SWCDs and whatnot. There was 1 million that was for tribes, and the same kind of thing with them, supporting their natural working lands and climate smart forestry efforts. And then we had $750,000 that was allocated for the seed orchard, and that was really a long-term kind of vision there of where are we going to be in 20 years? What species do we need in 20 years? And this really ties into the conversation you had about an hour and a half ago about adapted system migration and heterogeneity and things along alternative species. So what are the species that we will need in the future? I've probably said it here before, but I was once told by a climate scientist that Portland by the end of the century could be Sacramento or Bakersfield. Those definitely look different than the Willamette Valley. And what species do we need so that we can actually still maintain forests? Because as you remember in the goals there, one of those is maintaining the ecosystem function, not just, ecosystems at a static state, but what do we look like and how do we maintain ecosystem functions, especially things like drinking water and whatnot. So those projects are all moving along and underway. And then the last one on there is coordination with multi-agency planning efforts. And I bring this up because in 2010, the state developed the statewide climate adaptation framework. That was then updated and published in 2021. And now we're working on further update and refinement of that. That effort has been woven into the state's natural hazard mitigation plan. So the natural hazard mitigation plan, which does include things like drought and wildfire, will have a lot of focus around climate change moving forward. And that's a project that's led by DLCD and covers a vast swath of agencies beyond just natural resource agencies. So we're tied in with that and working to ensure there are important forestry and natural resource things included in those plans. And now we'll turn it over to Nick Palazzotto to talk about some of the state forest work.
Okay, thanks, Danny. Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board, for the record, I'm Nick Palazzotto, Deputy Division Chief of State Forests. Clearly, I know how to use this microphone better than John. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how state forests are integrating the CCCP into our planning and operations frameworks. I guess at a high level, talking about climate change itself. So the new plan, the revised plan that was on the consent agenda for rulemaking, the framework there is resilient forests and improving the adaptive capacity of our forests. And therein, we kind of describe how that looks different in the habitat conservation areas versus outside, but the goals, the objectives are the same: to promote resiliency and adaptive capacity. Another thing worth pointing out is under the framework of the HCP, there are different places where we will be storing carbon, sort of as a function of the conservation areas. But so the habitat conservation areas, the riparian conservation areas, and to some extent our leave tree strategies, which are focused on big trees, retaining, growing big trees. All of those things will contribute to storage. Then as far as carbon itself goes, we are continuing to look at what an internal price or prices for carbon utilization would be on state forests. how we could engage in those markets and what agreement opportunities might exist for us. The intent there, to be clear, is the diversification and stability of revenue to fully implement the FMP. And so we're not currently viewing carbon as something that would supplant production and volume. It's to supplement rather than supplant. And so we have our forest management plan, we have our harvest goals. What are the opportunities to take advantage of carbon markets after that? Part of the reason for that is this ongoing anticipation of the need for revenue to help support the HCP's implementation itself. And this last line, I should nuance that a little maybe, but so we are, the current forest plan modeling effort, the various scenarios, will be useful for analyzing the extent to which and where additionality may exist. And so, for example, between the longest rotations and the shortest, there's additionality there potentially depending on what we decide to do as far as a harvest strategy moving forward. That's all I got. I'm happy to answer questions, as are these guys. Thank you.
I'll start with, on the carbon pricing utilization, where are you gathering information? My understanding is that California is really kind of pretty far ahead on that. Is that a major source of data and information for you guys?
I'll take a crack at it. You guys can clean this up. No, not we're really it's in its infancy. We've been having some conversations with some experts or sort of consultants who could put us, who could sort of direct us to the entities we might want to engage. We're sort of at that really high level still of like, are there opportunities? Who do we talk to about such opportunities? We have been looking to the Elliott a bit, just to understand what they did, not necessarily to emulate it. Maybe John might talk to that a little bit.
Yeah, certainly. So to your point, Chair Kelly, the California market is not an option for obviously a number of reasons. But the voluntary market, in the context of the Elliott, would be an avenue where that consideration would occur. And so along those lines, the same avenue in which that project was realized is where that initial dialogue is occurring, because it is a addressable space in which there's just a good avenue for providing the context of what opportunities exist there and what the dynamics of potential pricing would consider.
I wasn't suggesting the California market. I was, suggesting as a source of data and modeling, et cetera. Yeah.
The California market certainly has and the only reason is it has obviously a substantial price difference from the voluntary, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a lot of questions, but I'll start now, and then after we go around, I maybe can come in at it again. So one line of questions really deals with private lands and the Forest Practices Act. And I'm wondering to what degree you might foresee changes to the Forest Practices Act, which would make private forest lands more readily adaptable to future conditions. And one idea that occurred to me, given the Washington County project, is should there be a satellite of these kinds of examples around the state in different forest types to try to test some things so that we actually have information if we do make any changes to the Forest Practices Act or to the Forest Management Plan?
So going backwards there, yes, I think a kind of a array of different projects across the state would be immensely beneficial for us to be able to provide a demonstration of how these practices can be implemented. And some of that we may be able to leverage, private projects. Some of that we may be able to utilize government projects, whether that's on county lands or state lands or federal lands. And as all of those go through planning processes and implementation, doing the technical assistance needed, whether that's through ODF or OSU or other entities, to kind of inform that climate smart forestry implementation on those landscapes would be helpful.
So maybe we can get to the Forest Practices Act question later, but part of the climate change and carbon plan, I think, refers to Oregon or ODF being a global leader in climate smart forestry. And I'm sorry, Danny, but the answer that you just gave doesn't strike me as being the global leader. What should ODF be doing to be the leader in this area?
I think in some ways be getting there. I mean, there's been publications that have highlighted, Oregon's climate smart forestry policies as being some of the first in the nation. Now, getting those implemented, I think that's where we need to start focusing and really the Natural Working Lands funds are a step there, but it's going to take more funds there, and it's going to take it's a paradigm shift, to say it one way. It is a different way of thinking than we've had traditionally. And that's because we're in novel environments, and we will continue to move into novel environments in the future. So what we see today, the climatic environment that we are in today is not what it's going to be in 20 years, 30 years, 100 years. So I think at this point, we really need to figure out and demonstrate how to be adaptive and how we can best implement that adaptation in a sector that is slow. And I mean that in, like was mentioned earlier, forestry is on the decades timeline. It's not like ag, you can do pretty short because you can change crops season to season, year to year. We don't have that luxury, I would say. So how we get to the point where we are essentially trying new things because we need to, I think that's one thing that we could focus on.
Thank you.
I don't need to impose. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, there are certain processes required for adopting new forest practice rules. And, one of those is, 527, 714 and the 714 process. And then there are also some pretty significant statutory breaks on this body's ability to require new forest practice regulation, like ballot measure 49. And so I think that we need to calibrate the nature of our work in this arena to what this body can appropriately do. I think that on state forests, the topic is maybe a little more provocative, but there, again, I think the question is are we a climate smart and carbon forward leader on these issues? And I would just say, given the nature of our investments over the last 18 months in terms of the private forest accord rulemakings and the HCP that this body approved, all of which will be
stacking tremendous volumes of carbon onto the Oregon forested landscape that I think we can very confidently call ourselves leaders on this issue. The question is there, more to be done, and how do we answer that question? And I don't take it as a given that our management on private forest lands is somehow deficient on the carbon front, nor do I take it as a given that that's true on state lands. I mean, the HCAs and RCAs are monumental commitments to stored carbon, and they will continue sequestering carbon in those areas for many decades to come. And so I think that, the question for you guys is, how do you decide, whether or not more needs to be done on state lands? I suspect you're looking for some instruction from this body, but how do we facilitate a process? If we have to talk about that, we should talk about that. But I don't think that this body is directed significant programmatic changes need to occur on state or private lands given the CCCP. And if you would respond to that generically, I think that would be helpful. I would also be interested in a conversation about these carbon sales and what additionality you specifically are referencing. I think there's a universe where the things we're committing to do here under this HCP could potentially create some additionality. If the agency has in mind that they're going to create additionality beyond that, then I think we need to have a very public conversation about that, because we just got done committing half of this forest to conservation, and further commitments in the context of that conversation, let's say, would be very provocative.
For the record, Nick Palazzolo, thanks. Yeah, and I didn't mean to imply that. I don't think that's what the intent is. It was, so, for example, and again, we haven't, we're very early on in this process, but for example, additionality may be as simple as we've demonstrated what harvest under the current forest management plan and take avoidance looks like. And then we have our current harvest levels under the HCP, right? There's additionality right there. Or we can demonstrate what a max sustained harvest would look like under the HCP. And then to whatever extent we back off of it, there's additionality there as well. So those are just ideas, but those were sort of the ways that we were angling on that. I agree with much of what you just said regarding state forests, sort of already being positioned to be a leader. We're not doing it yet because we're not implementing, right? But, it's sort of putting your money where your mouth is. So we get the HCP, we get the FMP, and we start demonstrating what improving adaptive capacity looks like in these different areas. And across the state on our lands in a way that is an example to the rest of the forest managers in the state, private and public. Those are my thoughts.
Ben Doimling. Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing this agenda item back up again. We had this conversation in Pendleton, and we're back here having this conversation again. And I think that's, I think it's because there's sort of, the board passed this plan 3 years ago-ish. And there's this sort of question out there of what has been done, what can we do? And I appreciate the examples you guys gave us last time, and, a new version of that this time. But I think there's some frustration. I have some frustration about the sort of slow pace. We've heard a lot of public testimony about this frustration. I don't think that's necessarily directed specifically to you three, but that's sort of directed to the way the department has worked through this over the last 3 years. I guess my first question, I've got some more, but my first question is, what do you need? What do you need from the boards, from the department, from Cal, to, and in reference to Heath's point, not to enact a bunch of stuff, but to bring us ideas and to bring your colleagues in other divisions of ODF ideas of ways to enact those 8 goals. And forward-looking, bold things that could be put in place. What do you need? And I bring this up because there's been floated the idea of trying to fund another position. Seems like a good idea to me, but what's is it positions? Is it, I'll stop there.
It's a pretty open question. And I can provide a lot of different answers. Then there's wistful ones and there's reality ones, right? As far as what is needed. To the question of, timing and now, and back to Brenda's question as well in terms of when. I would posit that, and there's a triangulation with the previous conversation and Danny's as well, which is this is a long time arena, and to a degree it involves paradigm shifts to a certain extent, which as far as representation of realization, further resources are always, foundational to that. And this came up in the prior conversation as well, which is, incentives exist in the agricultural side, where, there be availability, or what kind of incentives would be available on the forestry side, which we've heard across a number of different board spots that would be really meaningful. And so then substantively, in the interim of those additional resources, which really is basically the easiest approach to answer that question, it would be the continuation of the integration as identified of the implementation across the agency functions, and is bounded to a large degree by the breadth of the agency work. But that doesn't mean that it can't represent beyond those explicit interests as well, which I'll go back to the dialogue with Governor Kitzhaber once upon a time in terms of what the ambition and the moonshot per se of where the body could be and where it should be. So to that end, in a short answer to your question, but longer, more resources easily, but in the interim, pending that, it would be the continued capacity to integrate and inform at the collective agency level, with the priorities of it being laid forward. So we'll continue to hunt and peck, I guess, for lack of a better term, in terms of where those realizations are being made. But that's not to dismiss the significance, I think, relative to the seed orchard, and the capacity to prepare and provide seed of diverse species and create heterogeneity, and the nexus with the 20-year strategy and the potential capacity relative to the grant functions and to the good neighbor function. So the integration of these pieces is hard, and I'd just say time, honestly, and priority.
Can I just add?
Go ahead.
So Danny Norlander, for the record. I think one thing to add on to what John was mentioning is long-term commitments. So we exist not on our own, but in a vacuum. We exist in a state government. We exist in on a national plane, and on a planet, and making sure it gets there eventually. Making sure that we are able to have long-term commitments around efforts that are underway is difficult under those circumstances. When we are looking at biennial budgets, next biennium may be different than this biennium, which may be different from the next one. So finding a mechanism and a way to continue efforts long-term, whether that's through working with a variety of organizations or working with the legislature or whatnot, just making it so that the efforts that are put in place continue on into the future. That way we're not just doing it here. We did this for 2 years and now we're moving on. But how do we make it so that it is kind of part of our core business long into the future is a difficult thing to figure out.
I just want to, so from all of you, as well as from the faculty earlier, we heard about time being a challenge. It's a constraint on being able to take action or conduct research. But right now, time is our enemy. If we look at the rate of change in intense weather patterns across the country, around the planet, those weather events are increasing at an increasing rate. Or so at least they're increasing at a constant rate, if not an increasing rate. We don't have time. There need to be actions taken that use the best available information that we have, even though it's imperfect, and start implementing that now and learning from it in an adaptive management framework. And I'm really struggling to see that happening here in ODF. And maybe it could happen across agencies. I have to wonder what OWEB has going on. They have projects that deal with climate adaptation. ODFW has to have. What can be done to to bring all of this together to a nucleus that says, yes, Oregon's a leader. They're implementing things now that we can learn from, so that 10 years from now, 30 years from now, 50 years from now, we actually have forests in parts of our state. I'm sorry to kind of go off the deep end on this, but we can't sit on our hands and we can't wait. We have to do something.
For the record, this is Nick. I'll chime in. On state forests, I see a lot of opportunity to do. We actually have to take action. It would help to have some clarity about what our planning looks like, right? But I can envision a pretty large scale adaptive management and system migration study, across all the districts and across all elevations, using a variety of species in a randomized block, et cetera. And we got to get that going, right? But yeah, it's like, what should we plant today for that 40-year forest, 50-year forest? I mean, that's where I think we're all struggling as a society right now. We know the concept, we have no materials to bring to bear, right? So that's the struggle. And yeah, I mean, in my mind, how state forests could get started is actually start do some of the work to try and see which species are going to do best for us. We've been thinking a lot about bringing Doug fir north, but maybe we need to think even more outside the box.
I think part of the challenge may be kind of the nature of this body's work. That is to say, we're, by virtue of being a branch, a division of the executive branch, right? We're kind of implementers, and this body has limited tools to do kind of paradigm changing things. And I think to a point that Bob has made it repeatedly, I think there would be less kind of angst and confusion if we had work plans that kind of described what it is we're going to work on and try to accomplish within the confines of our legislative authority and our rulemaking authority, right? I think that, there's a demand for like big fundamental shifts, but, the legislature has put in place some processes that dictate how we go about that work and how we conclude that, in fact, it's worth it. Because I don't know that everybody in the legislature, in fact, not everybody on this board is of similar opinion about what may be required in order to respond to the threat of climate change. And so, I think, Brenda, there's a role for the board to play in communicating our priorities. But if we're going to actually do work, it needs to be within
our workspace, right? And defining that. I don't think we just have staff bring to us groundbreaking and paradigm shifting changes to upland management for purposes of accomplishing our carbon objectives. Like, there's a process for that. And I think that we should work through that process. And I appreciate it may not move as quickly as you like, but the way to fix that is probably a different branch of government.
You know, I do think we need to move more to manage this through work plans. I'm frustrated when I hear, you know, okay, we're working on this and it's hard and we haven't really got started. You know, on the projects you're working on, I would like to see a work plan with it, no matter what the timeline is, with a timeline and with goals stated and all of that. I think it's disturbing to us, and I think it's disturbing to the public to not have more meat on the bones on some of this stuff.
Sort of a follow-up question. Maybe one of the challenges is the reports you've done so far have been sort of things you have done, and I will have to, we need to give credit where credit is due. Some of the things on the list are fantastic, but I think at some point, you know, I think goal 8 is sort of measurement, and I'm really interested in sort of seeing the climate impact of those things. And because some of them have a much greater impact or potential impact than others. And there's you know, I'd be really curious to get an update on, you know, I saw Dr. Yost around earlier about his work with the carbon. I forget the name of his reports that he published a couple years ago. And I don't remember when the next round of that is going to come. If it is, I'm assuming there's another round of that. It'd be good to have an update on that. It'd be good, you know, we get our forest health reports at a different time of year, but looping that into sort of a beginnings of a dashboard of here's the state of our forests and the state of the work that we are doing. And a lot of this work is small things with great impact, as opposed to big things with small impact. And I think not all of it is policy related. Some of it is just work related. And so some more context, and I hear that you, from my earlier question, you guys could use some help with this. And I think that's one of our jobs, is to figure out how you can get more both capacity within your office and also buy-in from the rest of the departments. And so I see that as a key part of it. But I think to help us having some reporting, more reporting, and maybe some of it is there, just hasn't, I'm not up to speed on it. So, but I'm thinking that would be also very helpful to sort of anchor into that 8th goal.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like I'm beating up on you guys. I mean, I know you guys have been pulled in different directions. I hear about some of that, and so I want you to know that there's understanding here too. But I think, yeah, gotta take some steps.
Can I just answer Ben's real quick? So the Forest Ecosystem Carbon Report is an effort that has been underway with the U.S. Forest Service FIA program. We are working through the analysis of all of the plots now, and that is anticipated to be finished by the end of the year. We may have some numbers a bit ahead of that, but that's when it's expected to be published again. And then when we start to discuss the impacts, the carbon impacts, the climate impacts, social impacts, this is where that interagency and intergovernmental efforts start to play in. And in the same bill that provided us with the Natural Working Lands funds, the Climate Action Commission, is supposed to develop metrics and work with agencies to develop measures around community metrics and carbon metrics and climate metrics. So that effort is underway, but somewhat in a different realm than we are here. So that's really where our small shop here kind of flourishes, is working outside of the agency, working with the Forest Service, working with federal partners, working with state partners, and so on, and working with NGOs and whatnot to gain a better understanding of what is happening on the landscape and bring kind of a bridge between current science and management approaches.
I'll just tag in, and going back to the relative point to reporting, which is to say, with relationship explicitly to the plan as it's been developed, and reporting is available, and it is achievable. In terms of, the question really becomes, what is the metric or the interest or the collective agreement to what that reporting entails? And so in the process subsequent or following the plan agreement by the board, and then the initiation of the strategic plan, the mechanism by which the standalone climate change carbon plan would manifest has been it's been tracking, but it hasn't been able to finalize, right? So to the degree that that question is there, we anticipate, and it's just part of the cycle and the process that we're directing towards, but there will be ready anticipation for a more formalized agreement of what that looks like, which would then incorporate would likely incorporate then that work from the fine Dr. Yost. And it would also include some of the broader land use study and forest retention and forest health and disturbance, and all those other factors that honestly lean in very directly and speak to the parameters of adaptation and economics, harvest, utilization, residual allocation, social system benefit. So that is all present. It just is it's awaiting that lane of formulation.
Before me, I'm sorry.
Bob was, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation today. A couple of thoughts for me to share. First, I think part of the frustration I'm hearing is people want to know what very specifically is getting accomplished by what date. And I feel at times what's coming to us is we're engaged in processes. We're doing processes, but it's not clear what that process is going to deliver. So it's just an observation that I see in things I'm hearing. I want to say too that I think the department has a terrific story to tell, building on some of Heath's comments. The changes from the private forest accord are really quite significant. As I look around the country, if I just, these numbers are not exact, so they're just for illustration. What I've heard from many private timber owners, is that an additional 10% of their land became encumbered by the private forest accord, around 10%. So somewhere from 5 to 10% was encumbered before, now another 10%. So on a 10 million acre landscape, that's another million acres that have now been encumbered. And, if those were worth $5,000 an acre, that's $5 billion, not to mention the transaction costs that would be needed to acquire easements or to put that property in conservation. So to the extent the state can contribute to that, we're leveraging a huge opportunity for carbon. And I think it's something we should talk about. I've been encouraging members of the conservation community to really focus on that. The upside there is just so far greater than what we'd need if we got, let's say we got a new $10 million fund to buy easements for carbon or to extend rotations. That's just like rounding error compared to the benefits of the Forest Accord. Similarly, I think we have a good story to tell on the state forest. That's, to the extent we're taking 300,000 acres and we're making an 80-year commitment that they're going to be in conservation status. And then on the other portions, I don't think we'll be managing them the same way industrial forests would be managed. There'll be some delta there. What is exactly, remains to be seen. So I think that's another, terrific story for us to tell. Looking back, in earlier days with this agency on the board, and I think, some folks in this room will remember, we had a hard time even getting the idea that climate change was happening to be recognized, let alone that forests might be affected or that forestry policy could play a role. And from my mind, there's great progress. That's all finished. That's behind us. Now the conversation's about, what do we need to do? What can we do? What will make a difference? How much will it cost? And those are the right conversations to have. So, the first point there is really just about, I think we've got a story to tell, and I like to see us tell it to some extent. I don't know anywhere else in the country that a 1 million acres of private land was recently put in conservation with the support of the private landowners. So, it's significant. The other thing I want to say is I think a particular role for this agency, when I think about what the agency does actually day to day on the private side, is in our interface with landowners. That is, how do we help landowners who are thinking about managing their lands? Like, what can you do differently? What's going on with climate change? How is that going to affect your forest? What might you want to consider planting? What are these ideas of adaptation and mitigation about? And that's work that could be done with stewardship foresters every day when they're talking, particularly to small woodland owners. And to my mind, that's the promise of this Forest Grove project, is to develop some of those things, not for the general public per se. I mean, obviously, if someone was interested, but really to put in the hands of landowners and natural resource professionals in particular, something to give the stewardship foresters to go out and interact with the public and say, look, here's what's going on. Our department cares about this. Here's some things to think about when it's voluntary. You don't have to do these things, but here's what we're learning. Here's what we know about things like species selection, the behavior of fire, future challenges ahead. So that's all I have. Obviously, I'm happy to hear any thoughts you want to share on that, but I did want to share that with the body as a whole. Thank you.
And I just have an observation too. Was really happy to hear bringing up about the carbon report and working and just reminding us that you're working with other agencies, federal and local and state, to do that. And, Brenda mentioned, let's look around to our neighbors, OWEB, ODF&W, and see if they have anything that could even help, even with some of the stewardship stuff that you talked about, Bob. And I just, in the yin and yang of things, I just wonder sometimes if our words get in our way. Yes, we want to be leaders, but does that inhibit us from looking around to our partners and saying, what are you doing? What have you learned? What has been your failures? What have been your successes? And is it scaled? Is it appropriate for our little land? Because I keep on thinking that so many people are working on the, climate change globally, nationally, regionally, and locally. And where has that ever happened except for in our recent history with COVID, and which was a great success. So I just want to make sure that we don't let words get in our way to reach out and do, which it sounds like you're doing. And thank you for reminding us about that carbon report. I think that's going to be a heavy lift and a really significant and expensive investment that we can all take a part of. Thanks.
Other questions? Okay, well, thank you guys very much. We really appreciate it. And we are right on time. So as I've said before, we try to operate with no surprises, but sometimes surprises are unavoidable. So I have the unpleasant task of informing all of you that I have received a resignation letter just in the last hour from our state forester, Cal Mukamoto, who is resigning. He'll be with this organization for 2 more weeks until the 23rd of this month. And Cal, you've been serving in a near impossible job. So I want to personally thank you for everything you've done. It's been great to work with you. I hope we'll have
Yeah, so
I hope we'll have a better opportunity down your service.
you guys honor me every day. And one of the first things I do, yesterday I thanked the ODF, and it wasn't because I was planning on resigning today, but I do. I really want to thank ODF and all the workers at ODF for all they've done. They do make my job easy. I mean, in a lot of ways. Fortunately, there's been some political things surrounding, and that's clouded my ability to continue as state forester for the benefit of ODF. So, but I leave, and I appreciate the time with this board. This board is amazing. You guys are doing great jobs, asking great questions, and I hope that my best to all of you guys. I really do want to. Can we get a closer relationship with OSU going forward? Okay, I think a lot of these questions and the intellect could help in dealing with these difficult issues. I have a great executive team that I've been working with. And do you want to talk about who might be interim after I leave, or?
I will do that. I have asked Kate Skinner whether she will step in as interim state forester, and she has accepted. So congratulations and thank you for stepping forward. We really appreciate it. And speaking for myself, I look forward to working with you as well as I'm sure the rest of the board.
Yeah, so one of the things, I got 2 weeks left, so get your request in. No, I'm just kidding. I'm Eleni, I'm gonna clear my calendar a little bit so I can actually thank people properly. So I appreciate that. So I don't think we need my forester's review presentation, Shawnee.
Next on the agenda, Shawneen, keep your seat. We were scheduled, to do this state forester process review, and I think we'll have an opportunity. Hopefully we can find a new state forester within the next few months, and we'll be back looking at a review, starting a review process a year from now, and maybe we can do that presentation then. So with that, would just go ahead, Liz.
Well, can I just say something to Cal?
You bet.
Okay, all right. So Cal, you and I came in at the same time, and it has been, and for me, coming in, really not knowing anyone on the board, and them not knowing me, you made it very easy with that transition. So I want to thank you, and for, the few times we were able to take some long rides and have some great talks, we did. And I just thank you for your compassion. And I know that you care every day about your employees. That has just come through so strongly and the work that you do. So I just want to thank you for that. And yeah, thank you so much and Godspeed.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to hear this, Cal. I've known you a long time. I think when I first met you, you were sitting up here on the Board of Forestry, and I was out there, and I knew we had our differences back then about changing the forest management plan. But one thing I always appreciated with you was your willingness to be in conversation. Also, I credit you with me meeting Brenda McComb, because you may well remember that you insisted there be a review, a science review of the change of the forest management plan, and that was led by Brenda at OSU at the time. I just want to note your really long service to your public service, not only there, but then on the Parks Board as well, where I remember testifying before you about a designation of a scenic waterway, I believe. So anyway, thank you for your very long service. You've definitely, your thumbprints are on very positive things in the state. So thank you for your work, Cal.
Yeah, sometimes, like Jim said, we're not supposed to be surprised. And sometimes it's more powerless when we are surprised, and that's unfortunate. But Cal, I just want to say, when we hired you for a very specific reason, and I believe you've achieved that, quite frankly. I think you've done wonderful things for the department, for staff, helping facilitate this board. And I think you should be very proud about the work you've done. And it's been really an honor to serve on this board. I've had the honor of serving with two extraordinary state foresters. And so I just want to say thank you for that. Thank you for your service for Oregonians, because we are all serving Oregonians. And your position is tough. It's very, very tough. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate you. And I appreciate the people on this board and what you've done for all Oregonians. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. It's an honor to serve with you too. So someday I'm going to get back east and see what you're doing on that property.
I'm gonna miss you, Cal. Yeah, I don't have. It's been an honor to work with you, and like Joe, I was excited to hire you, and it's been great to see how much you care about both the people and the place, and it shines through very clearly with you, how you care about both of those very, very much. And so congratulations on a wonderful tenure here at ODF. You've done great work, and we'll miss you. And it's been an honor to work with you.
Same. Thank you, Ben.
Well, Cal, I don't often turn up speechless, but I'm pretty close to that right now. I was thrilled when you took the job. Thrilled that somebody with your care would step into a nearly impossible job, and knowing that you'd do the absolute best that you could. And you've made a difference. And like Ben said, we're going to miss you. I find that I'm biting my tongue, not saying too much about the role that politics plays in taking out wonderful people who are trying to do their best. That to me is hard for me to get my head wrapped around. So I'm sorry, but thank you. Thank you so much for all you did.
Thank you, Brenda. Today I was thinking about, remember when we did that Indian Forest Management Assessment team with Dr. John Gordon on the Warm Spring? And one of his, he always had the ability to say pithy things in his deep voice. And one of these things he says, tribes live with the consequences of their forest management plan. At the time, I thought, yeah, that's true. They're on this reservation. And now with all this climate change stuff going on, we're all in that same boat right now. So anyway, I was thinking about you because you were in the room. Yeah. It was good. That's a long time ago, Brenda.
Yeah, I guess I'd look weird if I didn't say something. Cal, I have no idea what's going on here, and I don't know what political hydraulics are driving this. And you just said yourself you didn't plan on resigning yesterday, so I must come as some surprise to you as well. I think if natural resource politics are going to persist in this way, we're not going to have very good candidates showing up to be state forester, and they're going to be people who only want to serve like a year. I just don't understand what's happening here and why there's not more fortitude around your position. But thanks for the work. Thanks for doing it for only these things. I enjoyed working.
Hey, Heath, it's been a pleasure working with you, and I'm glad I got to know you better. So that's, it's been short, and I've enjoyed working with you. One thing, I'm living in your area. Let's have coffee. I can tell you what's going on. Okay.
Sounds good.
If there's anybody else in the room who feels the need to speak, feel free to come forward.
So I just want to say, this month is 40 years in state government. I came out of retirement to work for Cal. I would have never done that for anyone else. So he has been just a fabulous leader. And it really does break my heart and brings me to tears to see that, like you said, the political realm took him out. And that is just so unfair. So Cal, I am going to miss you from the bottom of my heart, and I'm going to be rethinking retirement.
Thank you, Shawnee.
I'll just say a quick word on behalf of the forest industry. Thank you for all your work, Cal. It's as he said, at times a very thankless job, and it takes a lot of time and effort. And we appreciate you putting your shoulder to it and always having a door open. From my perspective, you've had a door open to everyone from all walks of life and all perspectives of an issue. And we certainly appreciate that. And we've had a lot of really good conversation over the years, and look forward to a good relationship moving forward. But I hate to see it end this way. And I feel the weight of that, and certainly unexpected to folks in our that I represent. So thank you for your work.
Seth, thank you. And Seth, thank you so much for your work on the PFA. Yeah, you really.
Okay, well, after that bombshell, typically at this point, we open up our meeting to any final thoughts, given the day or the 2 days that we've had. I don't know how it's going to work, but I'll open it up. Liz, go for it.
Okay. My final thought is, I wasn't prepared for you leaving. I was prepared for Bob leaving. So I have something for you, Bob. And I guess I have to stay by my little speaker, or maybe I'll use your speaker. Let's just do that. Okay, Bob. So Bob, you're leaving. And one of the things that I learned when I was in the Southwest is I worked with a lot of Native peoples and tribes and clans. And one of my, you're not supposed to have favorites, but one of my favorite tribes was the Zuni Pueblo. And if you think about these 9,000 Zuni people, they're very special, as are many tribes, but they were special to me. And you can describe them not only as a people, but as a colony of artists. Their jewelry, their pottery. And one of the things that they're really known for are their, what they call fetishes, which are carvings of animals. And in these animal carvings, they sort of represent the spirit of the animal. So if you have a carving or a fetish of a deer, you would take it deer hunting or such. So every animal, they believe, has a special spirit. And I try to kind of think about what kind of spirit that you have. And it was kind of hard, but I found it. And it's the spirit of the wolf. And the wolf is very loyal to its group of people. Now I forget what they call it. Pack. And but the wolf is also an individual. And sometimes the individual wolf leaves the pack and people in the pack go, why is that, he's leaving. But then he comes back or she comes back because it is in the interest of bringing back resources or knowledge back to the pack. And I think when I think of you and Heath, I think of you and the PFA work and what you all did and how difficult and hard that was and how much it took so much energy. So I found a beautiful Zuni wolf fetish for you. And you can read about its loyalty and its individualism, which you have a lot of individualism, my dear. And this is, it's made out of onyx, and this is the Zuni fetish, and it has a bundle of turquoise and coral, and the turquoise is for protection. So when you go out on your own, may you be protected, because I see you going out on your own a lot. And so that is for you, and then I'll explain the cornmeal after. But I just wanted to give that to you, and good luck. And in the short time, it was, oh yeah, it was great to know you. That's all I got.
Bob, you had some thank yous?
Yes, I just wanted to say, this is my last Board of Forestry meeting. I wanted to thank everybody on the board. I want to particularly thank the staff. This agency has changed a lot over the years, and there's some really terrific leadership across the divisions. I want to thank the stakeholders I've gotten to work with, and that's certainly on the timber side, but as well as conservation folks who've been in touch with me. It's really been an honor to try to listen and learn from you. And I know I've had my bumps with Chair Kelly during my time here, but I want to say too that I'm leaving here today really with the spirit of, with malice toward none, with charity for all. So I think that's the right sentiment, and I don't have any grudges, if your taste doesn't go for Lincoln, but more to the wire, Omar used to say it's all in the game, isn't it? So anyway, thank you for the chance to be on the board and to work with you. And I certainly wish you good luck ahead. Thank you.
It's mutual, Bob.
I would just say, Bob, I would have never imagined that over the course of the last few years that I would have developed what I'd call a friendship. And I found your work to be highly credible, very honest, and you're an extraordinarily hard worker. And those are all things that I respect a great deal. And your work on these issues you should be very proud of that. And I think in your willingness to meet people like me on the substance and in good faith, you have accomplished more in terms of forest practice change than anybody in the history of the state. So I just commend you on your relationship building, your open communication, and you will be sorely missed in this space.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you obviously to Liz for this gift.
I'm gonna miss you too, Bob. You were a counselor to me as I was getting on the board. And I've known you off and on for a long time, and we didn't always agree, but that's the nature of being on boards like this. And I appreciated your perspective on a lot of things and helped me grow in my understanding. So yeah, it's been a pleasure to get to know you even more, and best of luck in all the cool things you're going to do next.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ben. Likewise, I appreciate your perspective and your thoughts and really your dedication. You've been working on this stuff a long time too. I think I actually first met you in person when you delivered Xena hardwoods that are now on my kitchen floor that I enjoy every day. So thank you for that as well. That's fine work.
Great.
Bob, I just want to say, you know, I got a chance to meet you by getting on this board, and I really appreciate that. And I've learned so much from so many people that I've had a chance, and a lot of it was prior to you being on the board, and the conversations we had. And I've always appreciated how solution-oriented you are and how big picture you are. You see, and you even demonstrated today as you began to talk about the PFA and the work and the significant amount of lands that have been constrained related to that. You see you see the second and third order consequences. You see the big picture, and I really, really have appreciated that about you, because I think that's often hard for people to see. You know, as foresters, we think about long term, we think about impacts and things like that, but you have that rare quality of being able to do that, and also how do we find solution space? How do we meet? And that's why, you know, your participation in the PFA was so valuable. So thank you for the work that you've done.
Yeah, thanks, Bob, for getting to know you for the last 6 or 7 years. I appreciated all the conversations and advice that you've provided. We don't always agree, but as Ben said, that's the way of the world here. So thanks for those years.
Hey, Bob, I'm going to say goodbye. This is my last board meeting and your last board meeting. But, you know, it's been a great ride. So I remember the days when we were all just talking about the Elliott. Remember that? But I always enjoyed, I mean, like concepts that we talked about, like misalignment of goals and stuff like that, requirements off of forests and what they're capable of doing. How can we get those things aligned properly? And I think that was great thinking. And what I do miss is your college story, being a college professor. You don't? I used to love those stories. Every time you come to a board meeting, I would hear another story. So, but good luck.
Yes, likewise.
Yeah, I think we will. Okay, thanks.
Okay, not hearing any further comments, we are adjourned. Thank you all.